Hello, universe. Happy day of the day to you. You're looking nice today. Has anyone told you that yet today? I'm sure you hear it most days, but I just figured I'd be the first to sneak in there. Oh, someone did tell you first before me? Really? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you knew other people. So it does come as a bit of a surprise to me that someone said that to you, but that's fine. Sorry for making it weird. I gotta fight my inner demons at the very start of stream every time. We know how it works. What is very broken here? These are making bots slow. I accept that. My red circuits are dead? Because plastic is dead. Because we've never had a big buffer of plastic, but we can absolutely... That said fluid ingredient shortage? Don't... No. What fluid do you use? Okay, we don't process enough petroleum gas now. No. There can't be a crude oil shortage. This never got this never got connected. Okay, so that's step one of an issue, but that's not even like really relevant. Because this means the fact that these are target full means I connected something very wrong somewhere, which is fine. We just need to figure out where I messed it up. Well, it's up here. Is it one pipe in the corner? Where the heck is the pipe that goes wrong here? Okay, you're full of crude oil. What? Huh? You have no oil. You have oil. The oil doesn't make it right here. What? What the heck happens? Is this just slightly too long? Uh-oh. Don't know how this specifically happened, but this means that like everything is broken. No, really? Maybe that one just got broke for some weird reason. Yeah, because that seems fine. How the heck did that happen? That also seems fine. I found the issue. At least we troubleshot it like immediately. Troubleshot. There's no way troubleshot is the past tense of troubleshot. I'm gonna nip that one in the bud early on. That would be funny. Do I have bots going out there? I don't have bot view. I toggled everything off. Okay. So one issue with my current wall setup, I should really bring this wall outwards to the east here, because if biters expand here, these bots are going to take pot shots from things, which would be annoying. Not that it's the end of the world, but it's at least worth thinking about. Did this get connected already? It did. So the oil's connecting upwards. So there's one issue that we established. I should just go do this myself. They're so slow. Oh, no, there they are. Okay, so now there's crude oil in here, which means there's crude oil in here. Okay, so now we should be good on oil downstream. The only reason it's not going up is because there's an immediate big demand of it. Yes, okay, we fixed it. That was a very strange issue. I wonder how that happened. We're still at a deficit for petroleum gas? You gotta be kidding me. We got Mondo petroleum gas. Please go faster. It's still not enough? Dang, I can't believe our demand for petroleum gas is so high. I guess these machines are inherently kind of slow. It's close at least now. I should make a buffer of this stuff that has a name. Plastic. You didn't believe me when I said it had a name, but it really does have a name. Stack inserter probably. I mean, we don't have stack inserters yet, but a bulk inserter. Just one chest of it, so if things go scrunky. Okay. That looks fine. Surely I can make it better, but like the only reason we have such a massive demand right now is because I just made so many crazy requests of the rocket. Speaking of, they're still firing upwards. Which means we're probably getting close to done. Looks like we need one more shipment of chemical plants. I can't believe we don't have enough substations. I mean, I could shoot up my own substations, granted, but I'm just quite surprised. I thought substations were going to be like the freebie. It turns out they're not the freebie. Look at the sulfur. Why is there so little sulfur being made? Ah, it's because it's sulfuric acid. Having the petroleum gas, and I guess the crude oil at its core being scrunked really put everything at a big deficit. But again, once the massive demand on the base disappears, it'll just be fine. And there won't always be a massive demand either. Otherwise, I'd consider like doing something with that, but it's not worth it. I want to go to Fulgor. So why aren't we making substations exactly? Let's see. Because they are very far downwind of the advanced circuit pipeline. They get their advanced circuits from this line here, which physically doesn't get advanced circuits. No, okay, it's this line which does get advanced circuits very rarely. So it's, you know, it's fine. I'm gonna turn off my personal logistics because we're about to bounce anyways. I like when my phone buzzes and like, hey, by the way, you're streaming right now. Like, thanks, I wasn't aware. Yeah, it's just these red circuits take so much plastic and oil and we were behind, so it'll take a little while for us to catch up again, but things will catch up. Like, you can already see things are like going down this belt now when this belt was completely dead before. These are doing much better on oil. These still aren't great, but again, just give it some time. Once this sulfuric acid like tops up and everything's not being demanded constantly, I'm not gonna sweat it. Okay. I don't know how many chemical plants we're really gonna need. I'm sure that's excessive. I'm really overpacking this time. But I'd rather overpack than underpack, I guess. Oh, I forgot we have a Spidertron. It's called like the Fulgtron or something, and I thought it was a clever name, but it was just like part of Fulgor in the end of Spidertron. I forgot that Spidertrons had Tron in their name in my defense. Right, so we are going to be suffering on rocket fuel for a little bit, unfortunately. Looks like we're loading the second to last rocket, and then we can send ourselves up after those two. Can you, productivity module these? You can. I think I'm going to switch those over and maybe see if I can wave a beacon or two. Because clearly these are... I mean, we don't even really need... I guess if we save oil here, it'll be nice for the rest of the base. Hitting them is kind of a pain, though. Hey Q, how are ya? Good to see ya. Welcome. Thanks for arriving. I am stuck. Are we out of heavy oil? It's just being used a lot. It makes sense. I'm surprised this one's completely dead, though. The heck is all this wiring? Reading the contents of the heavy oil to see when these turn on? They don't pull unless the heavy oil's over 1,000. Oh, but these ones still function normally. I see. Okay, okay. That's why. These are the primary ones. Surprised I didn't make another one. That would actually be a much bigger improvement. It's a chemical plant right here. A little surprised I don't have that for some reason. That's okay. Hey T, how's it going? Fulgor Co. Kind of an appropriate title for someone going to Fulgora. I placed the belts backwards, which makes me double, ultra, triple cringe. Sorry, my nose is like profoundly scuffed today, so I will be deafening a lot unless you want, or I guess muting a lot unless you want nose blow ASMR, but I'm going to assume that that's not something that we're interested in on the Lord's Day today. Kind of interesting to think that rocket fuel requires light oil as one of the two things for it in solid fuel. But we can make solid fuel from light oil, so it could just require light oil and light oil. I know it's not that interesting, but it's kind of interesting. I could tell there's a backwards belt here, because nothing's working. That's engineering prowess. That's what thousands of hours of Factorio looks like. That's something wrong, I can feel it, energy. Quite surprised we're being attacked on the northern wall still. I'm guessing it's just because we're firing shells off automatically when the Starfarer lands and drops off some tungsten plate for us. Oh wow, look at this. The stone mine is basically done. Or coal mine, I suppose. Oh yeah, that was a coal mine. Did we fully deplete it? Is there some left? There's still some left. May as well continue to mine coal here. There's some underneath these belts over here, which is kind of a problem. It looks like that gets some of them, maybe? Not that it matters too much. I just like draining patches. It's a satisfying thing. Take all the resources out of the planet and make them your own. Heck the planet, and heck nature while we're at it. Don't actually heck nature, though. Alright, so I'm guessing the inductor is basically done. I think this is currently firing up. And if it's not, then I don't think it's ever going to fire up. Because the plan, I mean, it might eventually, but I think we're better off just going now. It's going to take a while for that to fill because of the red circuits. At least the plastic bar is full, but now the copper one's skrunked. Either way, I don't think I want to wait for it. I just want to go now, so we're going to go now. Let me drop off all of my goodies and junk respectively. Any last minute things that I think I need? I don't remember any. Let me grab some belts really quick. I know you won't do it unless I'm in you, but... Okay, no, I guess you will. I thought you wouldn't. Alright, that's fine. You only do it really when I'm in you mostly. You'll move a little bit. Either way. Wanted to give my Spidertron something to play with while I was gone. Can't think of a reason to stay, so I'm out. Crazy how backed up the plastic got. Wait, is that a whole separate plastic setup that's dedicated to doing low density structure while I have like a really crappy one supplying the rest of my base? That doesn't sound like me. That doesn't feel right. Wouldn't you know it? That's precisely what that is. The plastic supplying the entire base. Little 4 crafters. The plastic supplying my low density structure. To be fair, that is a hearty stack of low density structure. Alright, so we haven't actually gone on our maiden voyage yet. I'm going to turn off this request group. I heckin' did it again. I need to leave that request group on. That sucks. We gotta wait for a shipment really quick. I keep turning that off thinking that everything here will just stay, but it launches off the mining drills because the ship or the planet has a request for mining drills. Other than that, I hope that this travels okay. Let's start by setting up our stations. So our first station is going to be Fulgora. We'll have a wait condition. For now, it'll be passenger present, just to keep it above us for now. Whenever we send it away, and then Novice will be, I guess, passenger present as well. Just to keep it so that the ship will only leave if we're on it, you know? Can't believe I just did that again. It looks like 2 rockets just fired, so it should be pretty soon for us to get our drills back. It only takes 3 of them. Yeah, it only made 4 more substations. I don't feel like waiting. I could have like manually slipped a bunch of these red circuits. It's not worth it to me. Our blue sides is also just scrunked, which means it's probably completely... Oh, it's not completely gone on the belt because how long the belt is. I just realized a fascinating problem. I didn't actually set it up so that science can be pulled out. Like, I have it so that science can be pulled off the belt, the green science, but I don't really have a way for agricultural science to be pulled out of the machine. Oh, did I get artillery cell range recently? Is that why everything got attacked? Okay. I'm going to just start... Basically, I want to use up as much agricultural science as I can, because right now, as soon as this runs out in this machine, it's going to turn to spoilage and give me trouble. So if we can, we're going to focus on those researches. Also, is our Gleba base fine, assuming our artillery range went up? If it did go up, it doesn't look like it went up a crazy amount. Oh my god, these are all full of rockets now. I kind of want to take them out for a spin. I'm sorry, we have a full belt of iron ore? Our base backed up? That's crazy. I would have never expected that. I guess our demand for steel went down when we stopped firing rockets as often, but that doesn't make sense. We're still firing rockets frequently. Did this box fill? That box filled. That's probably a good part of it. Huh. Alright, well. There's no issue if this backs up at all. It's chill if it does. I'm just surprised that it did. Cool beans. Alright, we're back up to our big mining drill, so I'm going to take us to Fulgora now. I hope we survive the trip. It auto-saved right before before the trip, which scares the crap out of me. Well, but we're taking our maiden voyage currently, which means we're going to be producing fuel as we travel. And we're going to have to shoot things on the way, so let's hope that we don't get blown up. Damage looks clean. Our little grabbies are working hard. I mean, it's looking just preem. 300 kilometers per second is a pretty decent speed, too. I am actually shocked at how not blown up this ship is, to be honest with you. We will need to set circuit conditions to make sure there's enough ammo on the belt and stuff, but it looks like that's not even going to be an issue. I mean, okay, so it might be now because we just used up a bunch of thruster fuel to get here, right? These have no issue on ammo. There's still plenty of ammo on the belts. Okay, that's an issue that we will need to rectify at some point. No. Wait. Stop. I understand what happened. You didn't do anything wrong. Okay, so it just drove past Fulgora because it was like, well, the passenger's still on here. Which is to say, this is a bonus stress test of the ship. I'm just making a 600-second past condition with it now. Okay, so big issue manifested. And that's that we don't process ore quick enough, or maybe we don't eat it quick enough. This thing turns off. I'm going to change this condition to 130 instead. This got output full too, because we're not processing enough. This is the weird condition I had before. I don't want them feeding into each other. This is easy enough to fix. Okay. It's unlikely that this specific belt mishap will happen again, but it's possible. So I want to take into account for that by doing some speed modules. Which we don't have on the ship. We didn't bring modules. There's something we forgot. Either way, we're on Fulgor now, which is something. The ship should be gravy to just chill here. If nothing else, I think Fulgora is really good at modules. I have a little bit of experience with Fulgora. Yeah, each one of these makes 1,500 thruster fuel. So we should resupply dramatically quicker. I'm guessing the power is just fine. How do we do it? It's like this. Yeah, we're making 23 megawatts and we're not using anywhere close to it. Our max is 6. We could even get rid of 2 of these turbines and be fine. One moment. Okay, but hear me out. Noseblow ASMR might be what I need to make it in the world. This is a very not eloquent solution to my problem, by the way. This is just eating everything that we recycle that isn't... I mean, actually, this might be perfectly eloquent, to be honest with you. That might just be fine. Either way, I'm going to go land on Fulgora and stop yapping. Something else I did forget, which is really unfortunate, is a cargo landing pad. That would have been a really clever thing to remember. Honestly, I might just go round trip and grab it real quick with how quickly we make fuel. My one concern is the belt gets more scrunked though. Let's just land on Fulgora, it's fine. So we'll drop the planet, we'll drop to Fulgora. How bad is it to make a cargo landing pad? But hopefully we can make one quick. Steel plate processing unit concrete. That means we can make it basically as soon as we start mining with Fulgora's materials. Oh, look at this. We get a happy little island. Okay, there's scrap to our northeast here. We are on our own little happy lightning collector island. I do remember a chunk of Fulgora. So hopefully that knowledge will be helpful here, since the other two places I had a lot less knowledge on, especially Volcanus. That one was very much in the dark. Things we want to start: solar panels for sure, accumulators for sure, drills for sure. Now, we have to pray that these don't land in really stupid spots. I'm hoping they don't get blown up by the lightning. How many solar panels are in here? All of them? Okay, cool. That has the 400 in them. Cool, cool, cool. This isn't so bad. I was thinking that these would be like a gorillion unique ones. This won't be so bad to send down at all. Honestly, I'm gonna just send stuff down. I almost just sent down the fuel cells. I went a little send down happy with just spam clicking. I'm glad the fuel cells were at the end. If not, we would have had to send it home immediately. Hopefully there wasn't anything too important that I took off there. I did take off all the inserters. I probably should have left some, but that's okay. I also took the repair packs, which is unfortunate that I made that decision, but so it goes. Alright, so what are our quests here to begin? We need to get some scrap to unlock recycling. It's not nighttime, so there's not any thunderstorms, so we are safe to come over here. We have a tiny little scrap island here, and this is probably going to be where we start. The Starfare is full on space. Oh, because I made the demand too high. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so we unlocked scrap, so we got access to recyclers. Recyclers take iron plate, iron gear wheel, processing unit, and concrete, which is basically the same as the landing hub. Our next quest is to convert holmium, or craft holmium ore, I should say. Can we make the power pole thingies? I know that those are a thing. Has Electro in his name, maybe? Okay, let's not stand out here. I might live in my Spidertron, to be honest. It has shields and I don't. Oh, its little leggies can be targeted? That's actually spooky. I didn't realize its legs are the entities that could get hit. That's surprising. I wonder if that means like explosive damage is particularly efficient against them. Okay, so let's think. I can recycle scrap in my inventory, so I'm going to recycle a boatload of scrap to start. Because we don't have any materials, we didn't take anything. Oh, I did steal some of the uranium fuel cells. Not that it's a big deal, but notable, I suppose. Ideally, we'll see some blue processing units out of these scraps. We got some holmium, so we got that unlocked at least. Our next one is to craft 50 holmium plates, which is a little more complex. Lightning collector. Surely, like... Oh, we already have the research for it. Okay, lightning rod. I was like, surely we get that somehow. Where the heck is lightning rod? I assumed it would be here. Lightning rod is on page 2. We need some stone bricks, which is not impossibly hard. We didn't bring a crazy amount of furnaces, but that's okay. Let's start by getting a little bit of power down. Our solar panels are not going to be particularly good. But they exist, and that's enough for us right now. Kind of like how that looks with the uneven spacing on the side. Okay, I'm gonna quickly take my spider around. How does it work on oil? Very efficient. Okay, I wanted to poke around and see what's in the area while it's daytime, because the day-night cycle is very short. It spins quite quickly. Can I have bots deconstruct these? I can. Perfect. I'll have the bots actually break down the things and I will manually just like walk through everything to pick it up. We just want a bunch of scrap right now, and these will give a bunch of scrap. This island has very little scrap on it, but it does have a lot of these things to deconstruct. Inventory full? That's okay. I'll go back over there in a little bit and pick up the rest. Fulgor's music's kind of intense. I didn't bring any chests either. Oh well, not that big of a deal. I don't remember why we need these stone bricks, but I'm smelting them because I know we do. Was that for the power poles? It was, right? Yeah. Okay, so stone bricks is for the fancy fulgor power poles. The way that they work is lightning strikes, it collects the lightning, it converts that into stored power, so we can put them into accumulators or use them in machines. So the way that our power is going to work here, it also connects to our current setup. The way that our power works here is like this. So this will get struck by lightning. It will collect any lightning in this circle area here, and then it will immediately juice the crap out of our accumulators. So I'm hoping to show, I'm hoping that we can see a lightning strike happen. There we go. There you go. The energy jumped up like, you know, basically a megajoule per shot. Actually, way more than a megajoule. So our power is very going to be like store it during the night and then spend it during the day, which is an interesting thing for sure. But for now, we clearly need a bunch of stone bricks because our power is reliant on this, and so is our safety, because if we're outside of the lightning, it will hurt. Unfortunately, might be tough to keep these connected. Yeah, there's going to be a few restrictions, like connecting islands, so we're not going to probably stick on this island too long. Honestly, we'll pick up this island now, I think. Though our inventory might not be able to reflect it, or support it, I should say. Most important thing was to get a few of these lightning rods so we could set up somewhere with scrap. When in doubt, we could always just slam down a lightning rod if we're in danger. This island looks nice, but it's small. I'm hoping to find another one. 20 million is really not that small. But we also need to consider the fact that we have to build. Trains are absolutely going to be our friend here. I think the storm's going to start again soon. I just have a lightning rod in my hand, ready to drop down. Oh, is an island here that has some rods on it. The nice thing about having one in your hand is you could see where the safe spots are. I don't think this one has a bunch. 610k, it's less than our starter island. Our starter island is like big, don't get me wrong. But I'm looking for like a big area that ideally has a okay landmass next to it. I should not have gone out randomly into the oil. Okay, maybe I give it too little or too much credit for the day-night cycle. So what do we have so far? Let's do a scrap church. We have 20 mil on our first island, and then a bunch of smaller ones that don't even break a million. I mean, the first island's clearly intended to be like the primary one you're using for a while, but setting up on that's going to be a little bit tough space-wise. I kind of want to just keep shopping for a bigger one for a little bit. So we'll just walk around. With this Spidertron, we're pretty quick anyways. I just don't want to set up our routes until we're happy, because you gotta remember, like, whatever island we pick, we're going to have to be able to set up a rocket silo there and all the things to feed that rocket silo, as well as sort all the scrap and everything. With that foresight, like, I know with Gleba and stuff in Volcanus, I kind of just, like, set up. I mean, Volcanus, you really don't have the luxury enough to set up, but we do have the luxury of time here. There's no threats. If we go super far out, it's not like there's going to be a massive, like, group of enemies to fight us. I thought it was over. Actually, you know what? I'm going to tank a lightning bolt. I'm going to assume it's not going to be that damaging to us with our shield. I think I'm being overly scared. See, we have a 21 miller here now, which is nice. That one's also probably dense because there's almost 1 mil in the few that we see in the corner. See, this is 45 mil. See, we just had to go kind of farther out. But just with this alone, this is going to decay much lower than the 20 mil. I'm not too concerned about drawing up a scrap patch either. For the record, I think that they'll last long enough where we'll be probably fine with the starter one, but I'm also like trying to look for a big empty island, kind of like this one. This might be the one. I think this is a very solid place to start. It could certainly be bigger, but we have 2 decent-sized land masses next to each other. I should have brought cliff explosives. I didn't bring any cliff explosives. 7.8 mil here, 300k there, but the 45 mil up there. Yeah, we got decent land masses. This is going to be home. We'll set up here. We will have to dedicate probably 1 small island to accumulators, depending on how much power we take. Like I said, I have fulgor experience, but the last time I was on fulgor was a very long time ago, and when I was, there was someone else with much more experience than me taking the reins on everything, so I'm kind of just spitballing off of like the vague ideas of what I learned. Holy moly. Maybe this is the island. Is it attached to a scrap island? A very tiny one, but yes, legally there is scrap on this island. Yeah, this is the place for sure. It's a shame that this one's so small that all the scrap is just dense right there, but we have a 21 and a 45 and then a bunch of nice islands. So we're gonna set up over here. I do want to get struck by lightning to see how bad it is, admittedly. Okay, it's nothing for our shields. Oh, my bot's getting hit. Poor thing. I was like, why is there a red exclamation point over there? Poor bot. Sorry, bot. Alright, so we've scouted out this area. This looks pretty good, all things considered. One very large island, which is connected to a scrap island, too. So this can all just be construction area. Probably use this for storing a bunch of energy, if we can get the energy across here. That's my big concern right now, is I don't know if we can actually reach across with these lightning rods or not. I guess the power poles is really the big thing. There's a bot being damaged again? Where the heck's the bot being damaged? How the heck are these bots so far away? Get in! Shelter yourself from the storm. Okay, sorry, I'm being impatient. There we go. There's no way. That is like a real issue. So we can't build on oil ocean or deep oil ocean. I know that there's special foundations. Yeah, this says oil ocean, heck. I guess it's not so bad. That island's kind of kaput though. As long as we can't like power pull the power over here, I don't believe we can take advantage of it. That's okay. I mean, this area is already like plenty big for processing and stuff. My thought process is maybe we'll bring the scrap from these islands. I mean, I could have the scrap processed here and then shipped off too, but that shape is weird. But I think we're going to start over here. I don't know. I think we're going to just have different islands do different things, which is not something I did before, so it'll be an interesting process. I'm going to start by lining this island with a few power poles and collectors. So everything we place doesn't get obliterated. That's apparently oil ocean right there, which is a little bit annoying, but that's okay. It won't be the end of the world. Unless it is, at which point, heck. Them's the breaks sometimes. These islands can absolutely connect. How the heck are we gonna set those jerks? Immediately lightning struck my big electric pole out of spite. I should put that on my board. Yeah, see, we've got this like line of protectivity. If we make them quality, we can fit them more intersparse, but my plan is like, yeah, if you put them like just far enough away like that, you can cover a lot more area. I just don't want things blowing up, that's all. Alright, so now that we have our starter island, I'm going to put down some accumulators. But where do I want to store them? Probably on this edge here. This feels like a good spot for it. I can't imagine there's too much I want to do over here other than power. Plus it's like a convenient-ish shape. Convenient enough, you know? I look at my Spidertron goes whoa 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 whoa. Makes me kind of feel alive. Trying to make a little solar panel design so that I can just smack them together and then place them down later. Probably good enough. I don't think it can go... No, it can go vertically. Oh, you know, I should put one of these in here. There we go. That's looking pretty good, because that way we could just tile it wherever we want to. Obviously not where there's cliffs and stuff. Heck, I gotta make more of those stat. There we go. These will get struck by lightning, which will give us power. These are not actually able to fit in. That's stinky. I can't believe they're trying to sell me AI viewers, though. That does go kind of crazy. No, but this loses so much of the nice part of the design with how flush it was. We need to remake it. It's not good enough. It's just not cool. It's too cringe. I mean, how much? I mean, the solar panels really aren't going to do much. I think it's more important to have a design that's heavier on the accumulators, probably. If nothing else, this is very heavy on the accumulators. How the heck did that happen? I guess because I was moving so much that my mouse went over one of the spots. Heck, I really want to tile these next to each other. That's okay, we'll just miss one in the corner there. Okay, now that we have like a very basic setup for these, which I may change later for the record, I just want to start accumulating as much power as I can. Because we need to start passively smelting some stuff while we're getting everything else set up. This is a pretty solid way to do it. Can't believe I brought so few furnaces. This could be kind of catastrophic. Let me nab a couple of these power towers, I think. I don't really want lightning to strike and then immediately blow up this accumulator setup, and it's totally going to do that if I don't set it up. Alright, so we need some blessed lightning to strike upon our setup. Blessed be the lightning. Let's also plug this in to the rest of the setup, so if any of these get struck, we also get the benefit of the lightning. So like those get hit, boom, straight into our accumulators. The more coverage we have, the more energy we get effectively. It's weird, I don't totally understand it, but I get it enough where I think we can make it work. So the most important thing is to get these lightning rods. First and foremost, we'd like to start mining scrap and processing scrap, but it's really not the time to yet. I think I'm going to just manually scrap recycle. Is there a way to like... Okay, shift left click does all of them. Cool. Does scrap have a chance to give stone? It does. Okay, I was like, how am I getting stone? Is it from picking something up or not? Alright, so these are like full on power now. These are juiced. Going to reconnect these once more. Since I borrowed these before, which was kind of bars of me, I know. I wouldn't say it's profoundly bars, but it's bars enough. Alright, so we have a little bit of power to start, which is nice. We can always move these later if we deem it necessary to, but just getting a nice coating means more power for us. We are going to have to set up a dedicated power grid on the island, it looks like. So we should start doing that now. Looks like there's nothing to mine in this upper area here, so I'm going to set it up here. And we'll just keep manually processing some scrap in the meantime. I'll call for my bots to deconstruct this area. Can I use my cliff deconstruction plan and then undo cliffs? Oh, I don't have that actually anymore. I mean, I can remake it pretty easily. You know what? Let's just uncall for deconstructing this area for now. I don't want the bots getting blasted by a bunch of lightning bolts. Although, honestly, this area might be safe. There are some collectors here. My bots are going to try and deconstruct them, so don't do that. There are some natural ones that land. They don't collect as much as they just attract it. So they don't give you any electricity, but it will keep you safe. Have I already run out of accumulators? I have not. Cool. So we've started producing power on the scrap island, which means we could start actually producing scrap. We don't need to produce a crazy amount of it at the start, but even just having like a box of it available so we don't have to keep manually doing it would be nice. I wish I brought chests. That was like a real blunder on my part to not bring any chests, but that's okay. How is the Solomon Ductor looking? Heck. Looks like it processed through all of the ores. And our fuel storage is completely full, so it's just incredibly efficient. I want to make sure this group stays on because, again, we did use up some uranium fuel cells coming here, but it'll ask for more of them. And I will go for adding in more to the request. I would like to grab some chests of each kind if possible, although we're going to do this separately. Add section, and we will ask for... at least passive providers and storage and requester, I guess. Those are the ones I'm most familiar with. I think buffer is another one that functions similar to requester, maybe? I don't know. It's all confusing to me. Something else that I wanted that I forgot was just 50 of each module. So we could send you back to Novice now. Hopefully you'll pick up most of those on the way. Those heckin' jerks, look at them. They spread so far into the walls so quickly nowadays. How's the Starfarer doing? It's doing fine. So I would like to take the Solomon Ductor's processing and retrofit it onto the Artemis and the Starfarer. I don't know when I'm going to get around to that, but it's something I would like to do. Either way, we're just kind of thinking about it for now. I'll make a request for the bots to clear this stuff out, and I will set up crafting for the scrap, because we're going to pick up a bunch of scrap. Oh, our inventory is very full. How do I rectify this right now? I don't. I just sit here for a little bit while the storm goes on, I think. I guess I could theoretically make a steel chest, but then all the scrap I'm holding will go onto the ground. Truly a catch-22. Alright, look. Yeah, I know you can't insert scrap, okay? I'm trying my best here. You're making it stressful. Oh, I could use trash slots temporarily. See, that scrap on the ground was what I was concerned about. Can I have bots pick this up for me? I can. Interesting that I can auto pick up ones that the bots have already like mined out of something that end up on the ground, but if I drop it accidentally, I can't do it. Not that it matters meaningfully, but it's at least a little bit interesting. All right, so this area is technically lightning rodded safe right now. This being said, I probably want to replace it so we can produce more energy. So I'm going to break that one down. Well, those are actually a lot bigger than my lightning rods. I didn't realize there was a size difference. Alright, so it's 50 or 45 mil? 45 mil scrap here. So I think we'd like to start setting up mining drills. How is the inductor doing on its requests? Okay, that group got turned back on, or I never turned it off, so we need to turn that off stat so it doesn't just send a crap load of this stuff. I'm glad that I went to go check it, because if I didn't, it would have filled up on all these things, and the base would have just been like, huh? But thankfully, I did. So they'll ship over this stuff now the next 10 minutes, then it'll send it back over here. Actually, it won't leave on its own now that I think about it. It'll take time to do so. I'm gonna just densely pack this as much as I can. probably wanted to have green belts thinking about it. I mean, honestly, it won't matter too much depending on our scrap throughput. Do I have any more lightning collectors? Can I make more lightning collectors? I can make more. My Tootsie Rolls are in danger, so we will make things to keep our Tootsie Rolls untouched by the horrors of society. Protect the Tootsies is so true, Flip. People don't think it's true, but it really is. Okay, so we have scrap on a belt. What can we do with the scrap on the belt? Fantastic question. Not a gosh darn thing. Why am I doing this now if we can't do anything with it? I don't know. I just figure trains probably aren't that hard to make. Refined concrete. Wait, is refined concrete possible? It must be possible. But I can't get water. Can I? I can get water. We're producing ice. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to set up here. Rather than shipping stuff down to the island that we decided to start inhabiting, I'm going to start processing a little bit of it right here. Just so we can come swing by and grab materials while we're starting stuff. I think that is the best idea for us to proceed, so that is what we're going to be working with. We have the bots clear some of this stuff out, and we're just going to make this island basically our starter island. Keep in mind we're going to have to go on a big trip if we don't set up a spaceship landing pad here too, so we should be sure to do that because we are far from the start. A cargo landing pad, which should be very doable. It's very easy to make with the things that Fulgor naturally produces, so should be okay for us to just set up. So what takes a recycler? Basically all the stuff we're normally getting. I'm gonna try to process this extra scrap and stuff in here as time goes on too. Did I make recyclers already? Are they that fast? They are that fast. I like how long they are. I forgot how long they are. Okay, so these recyclers are going to be, from my memory of Fulgora, where it's been a little while, but this is just going to be a deluge of garbage. I mean, we kind of have the idea already because we've been like hand doing this, but like it's going to be a lot of trash. Which I guess makes sense. Your scrap belts are stacked now? Oh my god, they are. I was wondering why they looked so strange. That looks crazy. I gotta get stack inserters. What was the setup for it? I know it was, oh, it was carbon fiber and jelly. Maybe I should start setting that up actually. Especially with this base having successfully backed up on iron. Yeah, maybe it's time. Hold on. You guys remember Gleba? Ye old Glebatorius Maximus with the triple spider fun time. I don't know why I said triple spider fun time, like that was something that we've like thought about before, but now we have, which is something. Okay, where are they? They're right here. Processing unit, bulk inserter. That's gnarly. I don't want to make bulk inserters here. It's really not bad, and I am salting. I already have them made, in fact, so there's really no reason to complain. Oh, no. All right, so processing unit jelly. Honestly, I forgot requester chests exist. Requester chests looking fine suddenly. I remember Gleba. I'm glad. Gleba's kind of a super chill place. I obviously want to make it over here because I don't want to waste any any excess jelly. Actually, this is like kind of perfect, this spot, weirdly enough. Did I set up production for belts and stuff here? No, I just went for inserters and I was like, this is fine. That's good. Love that past me. Thinking ahead. Thankfully, we do have some belts there, but wow. You really don't know what you missed till it's gone, you know? You gotta pave paradise and then put up a parking lot. So we do have carbon fiber created in a box, a full box of it. Actually, this is like super easy to make. Why didn't I do this before? This is really easy to do. I guess because they're kind of expensive. One processing unit for a stack inserter. Is that what the price is, or is it two? That's kind of really expensive. But you know what? Heck it. Because Gleba's got to run out of ore again anyways. We had it too good for too long. We've already ripped through 50 of our processing units in this box of 1,000 of them. I think it's time to suffer a little bit. Right, I wanted to put down chests here so they weren't just unable to deposit their goods. Alright, let me think. This is definitely a let me think moment. We're processing basic stuff. The Solomon Ductor. I really need to retrofit, like, the Solomon Ductor's design into these ships. I don't know the best way to do it. I wonder how viable it would be to just, like... I mean, I could take the Artemis back and turn it into a second... I think that's maybe what I'll do because of solar panels. I think maybe the Artemis will become a second Vulcanus ship. And I'll copy the Solomon Ductor for Gleba specifically. Because the solar panels towards Gleba, I think, is where some of our issues come... I mean, the fueling in general just kind of sucks, though. But maybe if we have two ships, it won't be as bad. No, it'd still be as bad. Ugh, I just have to go back and fix them. I don't want to do it right now, though. We already had our one ship session of the month. Gotta wait until June. Oh, I forgot I had those trashed. Okay. So what do we want? Let's think about that for a moment. We want trains. We want a way for our trains to go from here down to there. We seemingly have a nice path to do it. What do we require? Refined concrete. How do we get refined concrete? Through chemical plants melting ice. We should start producing water over here for now. We can always fix it later. Let's make chemical plants. Oh, we don't need to make one. We actually have plenty of them. I see them in my inventory. I couldn't find them for a moment. Chemical plant will make ice melting as a recipe. It takes nothing but ice. We'll have any of the ice that we make pop out into this. Boom, ice into water. Refined concrete is made in assembling machines. I thought it was. I wasn't quite sure though. We'll do refined concrete. We now have water for the recipe. Cool. We can at least make some refined concrete. As long as we can get a train up in the air and get it down here, we can start doing some real processing. But this area is too tight for me to really feel comfortable doing it. Hopefully we can load a train. The space constraints of these islands make it interesting. Makes 10 per pop? Alright, we're probably good on refined concrete, surprisingly. Oops, I'm still in map view. I'm like, why are you putting an X on this? Me, I'll turn off my fans and stuff. It won't be so hot today. Literal molten ball of plasma in the sky. That was a it's warm joke because the sun is a literal ball of molten plasma. Hope you liked it. I'm surprised concrete is seemingly so rare. Are you no longer processing? You are. Say it's a shame it's finally cooled off here today. The last two were scorchers. I mean, maybe I'm being dramatic. It's 84 right now, and it's like 10:30 in the morning. It looks like it's going to be 50 tomorrow, though, which I'm sure will not cause... I mean, that'll be nice and cool, but I gotta feel like there's something dangerous about having the temperatures rise and drop so much. I feel like I get sick when it happens, but I don't know. Maybe it's in my head. I could be manually processing concrete, but I'm a little bit lazy. How's the inductor doing? Has everything except for the speed modules because there's no speed modules available on the planet at all. Great. That's okay. We're gonna have it come back to fulgor. It just accelerates so fast too. Maybe it normally accelerates this fast. I just really like this ship. I'm really surprised it doesn't need walls. I thought walls were like a necessity because of how much damage it would do. How's our water storage? Not full. I don't know if it was ever full before though. The chill 61 here was 93 on Monday. Oh my god. 91's crazy. This June and July and August are going to be probably quite warm. Maybe they won't be so bad, but I got a funny feeling. There's some more concrete. The primary things we need is 2 rail ramps, which takes 100 each. You know what I should be doing is just making more of these. What do recyclers take? It takes concrete. Okay, I definitely want to make more of these regardless. Processing unit, iron gear wheels, steel plate, and concrete. So weird. Having to like do things backwards functionally. We start with the goodies, but we need to ungoodify them to make a lot of the stuff we need. Yeah, we bought our first house in the fall. It was an old home without AC. We thought, oh, maybe sometime in the next couple of years, but it might end up being soon if we can afford it. Yeah, no, that makes sense because it is heckin' brutal at times. I feel like it got hotter the past few years. Maybe not, but it feels like it's hot all the time. I think I just like complaining about the heat, and that might be my problem. Can I have some concrete? Is for me? Alright, I'm making my own concrete. Look at me. I'm the recycler now. What's the rate of concrete? It's one of the highest things too. Give me some more. There's one. Give me another one. Pretty please. Thank you. If I knew that it took concrete for them, I probably would have started doing this first, but I was being dumb. It is interesting that our power has been fine so far. I was thinking everything would have shut down a little while ago. But I guess lightning produces a lot of power. How's the inductor's water? Still basically fine, considering that its fuel tanks are almost full. Honestly, I'm very impressed. Oh wow, the damage is so much heavier on the outside. I guess it makes sense since these ones are catching the strays over here and these ones are just kind of fighting for damage. Still very nice. Concrete for Miko, please. Let's hope. I don't ask for much, but I am asking for concrete. Ah, heck, I should just make the cargo landing pad next though, because it's sitting with the stuff that I want. Which would make everything easier. What am I doing? Slurp up more of this. I don't care if the inventory is full. We're the recycler. We need to live up to our stage name of the recycler. I feel like I overdid it on solar panels. I thought I would need a lot more. Did I put these too close together? Maybe not. Whatever. It looks strange that there's only 5 in the middle. Can't believe I forgot chests. Yeah. Can't insert scrap, I know. Tell me about it. But that con is not going to create itself, you know? Honestly, I'm shocked that water's not an issue here. I thought water would be the issue, not the concrete. I'm so glad I brought the Spidertron. It lets me get kind of weird with stuff when I'm just idling. I don't know if that's good or bad for my focus, but who cares, because we're here now. Alright, so let's actually think ahead of time while we have a second to think, because we're just kind of waiting for the concrete, because I want to get that cargo landing pad down. We're going to need recyclers outputting onto a belt. That belt will need to sort the fact that these recycle into how many products? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 products. I would also like to grab quality, because this just feels like such a nice way to get quality processing units and low density structure. Although LDS I feel like is less important. Maybe there's something I'm not thinking about for in quality, but quality processing units means that we take those units and we can break them down into other quality units. So that just seems really, really nice to set up here for, you know, quality modules and other things we're going to want in the future. But we're going to need to set up a belt that can sort off everything. We'll start without quality, we'll incorporate it later. The important thing is to get everything up and running at the start. And for my mind, we want to set up mines on all these. Train down here, process here, and then I guess we'll do scrap processing up here, and then we'll do, I guess, making stuff down here. I don't know exactly what we'd make yet. But I figure with a straight line here, like this just feels like a really logical way. Alternatively, I could do the scrap processing over here. I don't know which would be smarter. It could be smarter, but this island's kind of lanky, and I don't know if it has enough space for what I want. This could be fine. This section here, this center area is maybe big enough, but I'm not going to risk it. Alternatively, I might turn this into my scrap processing island and then have this be like making stuff. You deserve a nice big island. Finally, someone said it. I've been thinking it for years. Can we craft concrete? What is concrete out of? Iron ore, stone, brick, and water. So legally, yes, but it would involve scrapping. Oh god, this is going to be such a nightmare. We need to check recipes for things. So if I have a steel plate, can I see scrap recycling real plate, steel plate only turns steel plate. So this won't turn into iron. Good to know. However, these iron gear wheels should turn into iron. There it is, yeah. So we can get iron plates. We have to break down gear wheels, which are quite bountiful. Keeping in mind, too, that when we're doing recycling in general, the things that we really want are towards the bottom, at least the holmium. I imagine the LDS's main focus is just going to be for our ship. Same with the processing units can be used for a lot of things, but just having them being normal is good, but we're also going to want red. Oh, we do have red circuits, too. I guess greens are the only ones we don't have. We could try to set up something that reads if we have an excess of red or blue ones and those get turned into green. Every step down we take, we get more materials, technically, too. Can you use productivity modules on a... No, there's no way a recycler can take productivity modules. Imagine. That would be like... We beat the system. Infinite money glitch, but with garbage. Okay, cool. I could make a cargo landing pad now. I just didn't want to have to run across the universe for it. I don't know if it was worth it. Look, we're on a new planet. We're vibing for a little bit. Maybe we're not being the quickest, but you know what? I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Wait, maybe it's backwards. I'm here for a long time, not a good time. It doesn't matter. Infinite garbage glitch YouTube thumbnail with man pogging pointing at a dump. True. We kind of have that going on like Earth, from my understanding, where we just kind of produce a tremendous amount of garbage and don't really have anywhere to put it. Where the heck is this in my inventory? I have been looking. It's at the very bottom. Okay, cool beans. Is it out of the scrungly range? Oh, that was one of the scrungle bunks, I think. Maybe it wasn't. Okay, so now I can look at the inductor, which is doing just fine on water. So this design does work really well. And I will drop down these excess belts I requested, as well as these storage chests and modules. And hopefully they arrive here. I'm going to use this as like my storage for extra stuff I have too. So I can keep track of like where extra buildings and stuff are really. I'll keep like a chunk of the accumulators and solar panels on me, but not all of them, because my inventory is way too heckin' full. Cool, so that's the chest sorted at least. We want to make sure any area where we're going to have bot network coverage connected, that they won't just like travel through lightning, because they'll get blown up too, I think. I really wish I could like to have this like automatically make refined concrete. I kind of forgot what we need it for. No, I remember. I remember what we're here for. Okay, so we're going to have to make iron plates, no matter how we slice it, for rails. So this garbage machine will be turned into a garbage machine for iron plates. Wow, we have a ton of iron plates now. Everything has been solved. This is interesting. I remember this a lot less than I thought I would, and I think it's just because, like, I don't want to say I was extremely hands-off when I was doing it, but I was not super knowledgeable on the factory trademark. Can I just plug this bad boy back in and we're good to go? I had no idea you could click these slots and, like, assign it like that. I thought you had to drag an item onto it and click it. It's actually like so difficult to identify where the items are in here. There we go. It's crazy how much stuff in Factorio you learn just like 35,000 hours into a playthrough. So weird. Yeah, I'm dropping these blueprints I had on the board just to free up some space. Also, probably don't need these magazines and gun turrets anymore either. Those are from a different era. We use uranium rounds now and rocket turrets. We stick the uranium rounds in the rocket. Can you put nuclear bombs in... or atomic bombs in rocket turrets? Can you put them in Spider-Trons? That sounds like a really good idea and something that I should look into. And not like a devastating consequence. Oh yeah, no, there's no chance I'm gonna do that. I thought it left like a permanent hole in the ground or something. I don't know why I was under that impression. Maybe it does, and that's why I'm afraid of it. Let's process this excess scrap. Oh, right, let's keep going through this stuff too. I don't want to leave this box here just doing nothing. I think we're being semi-efficient, which is to say not quite efficient enough, but we're being semi-efficient. Just getting my sea legs right now. I'm gonna quickly skitter over here. I think skitter would be the appropriate verbiage for a spider. And smelt some bricks. We're almost good. We're almost good. We shouldn't need too many supports. I'm guessing we'll need 3, but maybe we'll need a little bit more too. Once we get onto the mainland, though, we can start actually processing things and figuring out how to deal with the problem. It feels more like an idle game now that I'm playing it like this. I just keep checking every few minutes and it's like, oh, cool, I got this item. My level on this went up. I think a permanent scorch mark? That's not so bad then. I was expecting like an unfillable hole forever. Okay, so now for the fun part, which is to see how much train I can fit here feasibly. Which I don't think is going to be a very satisfying number. Oh my god, I still have to make the train itself. I have to make engine units. I put the horse so far ahead of the wagon this time. My goodness. I guess ahead of the cargo wagon. Haha. I'm funny. Wait, it's the other way around. The wagon ahead of the horse. It doesn't matter. It's not important. The joke was funny. You wouldn't get it. It goes to a different school. Okay, so engines probably aren't that bad to make. I actually don't remember what goes into them, which is funny because it's one of the most important things and one of the things I put off automating as long as possible usually. Okay, so I actually have pipes that I brought, so I can do this. It is ripping through my personal PPA supply, but that's fine. You know, I think it actually does leave a lava hole on Mechanist. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, you can get the ability to go over it, though. Oh, my stupid nose. Hold on. My allergies are obliterating me today. Never lucky. Okay, so why is there a warning for things to be scrunked? I thought I told you you need to take in 10 at a time. You know what? Forget it. I lied. I shouldn't have said forget it. Go straight to novice. Do not collect $200. I'm going to try to figure out how to fix your issue. A cargo bay would fix it, ironically. I don't know if ironically is the right word. I'm gonna make a quick setup on novice for a few cargo bays. I didn't even like realize cargo bays could like be valuable, to be honest with you. My growing mall of random garbage. I really like it. It was funny at first and now it's like charming. Cargo bay recipe. Copy that there. Limit this to only one. Boom. Now the Starfarer should fix itself. That just replaces the solar panels. I don't think we needed to replace those solar panels, but it gives us a few more. I was barely going to use them my first Space Age playthrough. Maybe once I was getting ready to leave a keel, I realized I could fit more into my ships. It's interesting. I don't think I've ever... Because I've played through... I want to say I played through most of my Space Age on here, 100%. But I've certainly never seen anyone's ship, either my own or someone else's, when playing in multiplayer. bump into that very specific issue of running out of space. But I feel like that means it's a good thing. Like, you want to pack every time you go from a planet to another planet, you're using resources. So to get as much out of that as possible is a big W. So I'm justifying being a turbo genius, I guess. It's tough being me, okay? No, but really, it is cool to think about the fact that, like, they were kind of useless to me before, but now they have a use. Ironically, I don't need them on the Solemn Inductor, but I opted to bring some because I thought I might need it. Strange that you can't pull from them, though. I guess it's meant to limit it, so you can't just, like, pull everything by daisy chaining a crap load of them in a straight line and then pulling from it. Maybe. Okay, so we have our locomotive down. We're certainly going to need to double-side it, so I realize now that I should have made 2 of them, because I don't think it's very viable for us to expect it to reverse. So I'm going to set this up to make more engine units. That was dumb of me, but we can at least see a little bit of what we're working with, which I think is a perfectly valid thing to go for. I think I find them more useful attached to the landing pad than the spaceship. I didn't think about the fact that they could attach to the landing pad. That does make sense. Eh? How is it possible that we're full on artillery shells when there are enemies within our midst? Where the heck is that artillery that just fired? Holy cow, their range is so big now. Alright, never mind. Maybe we're just good. Maybe I'll have the Starfarer chill on its deliveries of all that, because it looks like we have excess now. How is Gleba doing on artillery shells? I was concerned it would run out, but I'm willing to bet it's probably just fine now. It's asking for 1,000 artillery shells. As a normal, healthy amount of artillery shells to request. Why would I put it on 1,000? Even 50 is kind of crazy, because they're just going to get ripped out every time. That's actually a pretty significant amount of damage. I'm surprised. I mean, I guess I'm not that surprised, because once you get the higher tier spitters and stuff, they get kind of spicy. Can you not see that, or is that just not anything? I should trust you. Oh, you could see the range of the hit? Wow. Has that always been a thing where you could see the splash? There's no chance. I feel like I've never seen this before in my life. Huh. Someone actually firing to that? I guess not. Weird. Embarrassing story, I didn't know about cargo landing pad existed until I was sending agricultural science back, and I was like, has to be a way to automate this. I was mainly dropping and using bots to deconstruct little pods. Oh. But see, like, that's just how Factorio goes sometimes. Then you're like, ah, yes, this does make sense. I get it now. It turns out the game is playable. Okay, we have our 20 engine units on the dot. Perfect. Don't know how I timed it like that. We need some circuits, to which we probably don't have any circuits. I don't know how we got green circuits before, actually. I must have just randomly had some on me? Maybe you get some from deconstructing some of the ruins sometimes. That's my guess. We will retrofit this recycler once more and have it take some advanced circuits and hopefully spit out some green circuits. Plastic as well. I don't want to go too crazy with these because we don't have a crazy amount of the circuits. Oh, you know, we probably had the raw to make it. The green circuits don't take plastic, do they? Yeah, okay, that's what it was. Just keep having them process. Every little extra material here is just a good thing for us because we can just grab them when we need them. So, we have our 2 locomotives now. We definitely need 2 because this bad boy is not going to fit 2 lines of juice. I would like to do 3 cargo wagons because that's usually what I fall back on. This is going to be a twoer for sure. This is certainly going to be 2. How is Glebatorius Maximus doing on stack inserters? And is everything dead? Because I set this up and then kind of forgot about it. You have a tremendous amount of stack inserters, and I'm so proud of you and everything that you've done. Are we out of blue circuits? No? Gleba, what did you do? Why did you get better when I left? I'm kidding. It's because we had a nice buffer of iron ore, I think. Or iron plates. Still nice. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually have the Solomon Ductor go and swing by there. Because it looks like it's just fine to successfully travel around. It seems like it doesn't really need me, which is kind of hurtful, but I'm glad that we could have spent the time together that we did. We are going to look for stack inserters, because surely this will be really useful here. We'll make a request for 250 of them, which I think will be plenty for a while. Add a station Gleba. We'll make sure that this is asking to import them from Gleba. It has it already. And we're going to go straight to Gleba. We'll have request satisfied. I am a little bit concerned with just request satisfied that it might not have enough ammo, perhaps? No, there's no way. Our belt is so big. There's so much excess ammo on it. Yeah, like, even the buffer here is just always full, basically. I guess not always full, but there's plenty of it. I'm really impressed with this. I really thought we needed walls. It just works. It is interesting that there becomes a buffer of the ore here, but it generally doesn't last super long. I've just started yeeting the excess of the things that don't get processed into what I want, which is less than eloquent. It is now stopped at Gleba. I want to verify that Gleba's silo is in fact going to request this. It is in fact. So cool. We could just kind of leave that, and then eventually we'll have stack inserters, which will be nice for us, especially once we get these mines set up and stuff. Now that, like, I don't really know what is the benefit of a stack inserter. I guess that it can place a stack. Can other things not place a stack? Is that why stack inserters are cool? That would make sense. I don't think this could place a stack. Can you place a stack? No. Okay, so that's the appeals. We can saturate belts heavier. One big gotcha of stack inserters to be aware of: unlike normal sorters, they won't drop items until they have a full handful, which make it tricky to use if you want to move different kinds of items. So they should be, like, really nice for belts, I hope. For belts, I mean, it's belts of scrap. I said belts. I know that, like, inserters and belts are kind of hand in hand, and it probably shouldn't have been what I went for. But look, my brain's a little scrambled. We're a little scrambled. There's a lot to take in. When you go to a new planet, it's like getting to know someone for the first time. It's a lot. Okay, so let us make a few rail supports and finish this rail line, because we could fit 2. Theoretically, I could see myself fitting 3, actually, so maybe I'll look for that instead. I just want to make sure we have enough space to actually load, but we certainly do. I think I could fit 3. Cannot insert locomotive. What, you think my pockets aren't big enough? Think my big engineer pockets can't fit that? Well, you're wrong. So, like, if we fit it here, right? Oh man, I forgot uranium sounds kind of crunchy. Why is uranium looking like a snack RN? Train stop needs to go over here. I should have checked with the train stop too, because we might have lost a little bit of space. Oh, I think we could barely fit a third one. I don't even know if it really matters. That it does matter, actually. It'll matter a great deal. I was gonna say it doesn't really matter, but it does actually matter. And I'm tired of pretending that it doesn't. May I have some iron plate? That you kind of produce Mondo iron plate here. If only the Fulgoran people didn't just turn all of their iron plates into iron gear wheels, maybe they'd still be around today. Sorry for doom posting Fulgora, that was a mistake. Heck yeah. I hope that this actually fits. It's always tough to tell with train stops. Fortunately, we can just fuel it ourselves really quickly and verify. The fuel is sorted out by having solid fuel coming from these scrap that we're doing. Ad station, Tom Smotherson. Not connected to rail. Okay, see, that's on me because I deleted a little bit of extra rail. Can you do me a favor and automatically go to Tom Smotherson for me? Thank you. Very kind of you. Oh yeah, we got plenty of space. Holy wow, wow, wow. This music goes crazy for no reason. How's the inductor doing on its request? It's only received 2 so far. I guess that makes sense. It looks like the Artemis is also fighting for the command of the ship currently. The Artemis is like completely out of fuel. Heck, advanced fuel processing just goes way too crazy. Either way, we only have the one thing on Gleba, so it does take a little bit to load, which is fine. So we'll just chill waiting for that. I want to set these up with stack inserters, so I'm just going to use ghosts of them for now. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, counting is not my strong suit right now. I was like, that's only 5. Set up a little puffer here. It did feel very 5. Like, I was really doubting myself there. Okay. Cool. So the one thing I'm actually a little bit concerned about now is this is so supremely close to these mines that I feel like we're going to be a little bit tight on space. Maybe not, but I feel like that'll be the case. So for now, I thought I was in map view still. Oh, I should hop in my Spidertron. We're very slow. I really like watching its legs being like, I'm in danger. Very fascinating they opted to make like parts of the Spidertron damageable. I'm just freeing up a bunch of space right now. We can ghost things later. But I want to pick up basically all of our like generic production over there, and it's just going to result in a bunch of stuff in my inventory. I'll leave the boxes for now. So those are going to be the worst offenders. I put the drills away. That's kind of profoundly cringe, but so it goes. You know what? Maybe I will pick up the boxes while I'm here. The further I go into Factorio, the more the music makes me feel like an existential crisis. I appreciate that they do that to me. You ever have a sneeze come on and you're like, all right, time to sneeze, and you like prime yourself for like the deep, intimate act of ripping a sneeze, and you like open your mouth and your face kind of scrunches and you're like, here it comes. And it doesn't actually end up arriving. Oh, heck, I didn't make enough rail supports. I only made the one. Just Jumped ahead of myself there. Anyways, I almost just sneezed, but it didn't happen. So I'm complaining about it is what's going on right now. I'll do ice melting manually. This should be just fine. We lost like a little bit of water, but nothing meaningfully changed. Refined concrete. That got a sneeze stuck in the buffer. That's exactly what it feels like, weirdly enough. That's like super on the nose. Then you just gotta live with it. And you're like, God, I wish I was like everyone else that could just like sneeze and not suffer. Woe is me. Life surely is unfair to those that cannot sneeze. Okay, we gotta go throw the holmium in there because we're not gonna be using the holmium for a minute. I remember holmium being weird because you want to turn it into a liquid, I think, before using it, but maybe that's only sometimes. Again, I have some knowledge, but not a crazy amount here. I mean, I would say that if nothing else, I'm far more knowledgeable here than I was in the previous two planets, which is why I wanted to do the previous two planets first. I thought it'd be a lot more fun. There'll be enough chests on this side at least. I should make more on the other side too. That should be enough for both sides now. Okay, we've got a good chunk of concrete, which means we should be able to make a few more rail supports. Again, I think we're only gonna need 3 or so, but I might be really undervaluing that. I absolutely accept the fact that I could be being way too wistful with my thinking. Wistful? I looked that up recently. It's gonna be way more than 3. I don't know how I reached the conclusion it was gonna be 3. I was really hopeful there. So I believe that trains don't get lightninged, to my memory. This path is like beautiful compared to what like spaghetti I had last time. This is some good stuff. I really don't know how I reached the conclusion of 3. That is like such a horribly misplaced amount. I'm gonna place one of my thingies back down specifically to get us some more. Honestly, we have so many gear wheels. Just process all these gear wheels. We need a bunch of iron. It absolutely rips through gear wheels in the recycling formula. That's crazy. We'll hand make some iron sticks and just throw them in there. How is the inductor doing? It's received 50 of it. Yeah, it looks like the Artemis is slurping up some of the productivity. It's fine. That science is important. Transport belt capacity too will be interesting. Even though we haven't really super taken advantage of it yet, but it's cool to watch them stacked on each other. How are they stacking here exactly? I guess the miners are outputting them stacked? That's cool. Does that mean my mines on Novice are also stacked? They totally are. That's super interesting. Weird. Okay, so surely we can make enough rail supports now. Smile. It's certainly going to be one more than I have. Heck. I think it's 2 more than I have now. Oh, it's so close. As soon as that's done, I can start gaming again, you know? At the speed of love. But until then... Big miners and recyclers can automatically stack their output once you have the research. That's really cool. I guess it would be a lot less useful otherwise. I mean, maybe not a lot less useful, but certainly some of the magic would be less magical. Let's One rail support. Should only need one more, but just in case, we'll keep making them. This will be much easier once we actually, like, finish the track for the first time. Okay, you gotta... I ran out of rails. You gotta count it. Like, assuming that landing here is fine, which it should be fine. The music in Fulgor kind of freaks me out. I know I was talking about it before, but, like, it's kind of dystopian. Yeah, Miko, that's the point. Have you seen Fulgora? It's the ruins of a civilization. It's obviously dystopian. Yeah, it's fair, my bad. Sorry. I miss Gleba. Gleba was like welcoming me with open arms. 5 of them on each enemy, to be specific. It was nice. You know, I think I'm gonna do what I did before and just have the upper part of the train resting up there. That feels like a good idea. That's very space efficient, and space seems to be part of the game here. I can't believe how straight our rails are, to be honest. Okay, cool. So now I can pretty confidently pack up everything here. Actually, you know what? No, this is dumb. I was like, I'll just load all the stuff on the train and then take it off from the train 20 feet away when I could just walk back and forth way faster. The point of the train is not distance, it's what it's traveling over, you know? Alright, so I'm gonna place some storage chests down. My obligatory 3x3 storage chests. I forgot to put robots in here so that they could do anything. Oh, you're feeling my logistics requests. I see. Thank you. Very kind of you. You are, in fact, a logistics bot. I shouldn't have been lazy, and I should have just put this stuff in myself. That was my bad. You're doing great. Proud of you, logistics bot. This is a very lucky area. Admittedly, we just kind of like sprinted in a direction and then hoped for the best. Sorry, skittered in a direction. Alright, while we're here, actually, let's set up our second set of drill. No, let's wait until our inventory is more clean. No, let's do it now because we have a few inventory spots. Probably want to get rid of... Heck. Probably want to get rid of some of the power poles here. Ugh, moving all this stuff is such a pain. It's really not that big of a deal. I'm being super dramatic about it. I'm just happy that we could start like processing things, really. Because this is going to be the fun part. We kind of did like the slow, which could have been quicker, but I was being dumb. But waiting part. Now we can do the fun part, which is setting up how we're going to actually be sorting all of the scrap and everything. I have to be careful with power poles. I mean, I guess I don't have to be that careful. I don't want to accidentally expose all of my drills and stuff to the environments, basically. How's the inductor doing? Surely it's getting close. 150 is probably enough for now. It looks like the Artemis got its request filled, so it's actually done. I'm actually surprised you stayed on Gleba. I guess request satisfied blank just counts for all requests. Yeah, you'll come back to Fulgor on your own. I don't need to check on you. You're doing great. I'm proud of you. It's just, you know, I get attached to my ships. Okay, nothing's under fire. Nope. Cool. Really just want to saturate the living goodness out of this island. There's a little bit of scrap down here. Heck yeah. Okay, we need another collector over here. Okay, this is a saturated patch. This is going to be good stuff. You know what? I'm going to actually turn this one this way. I think. So that they're more even. This will be 12 and then this will be 15. This will be like... One, no, I guess it won't be as even. No, this will help. No, it won't help. All right, never mind. I think I could balance out how much is on the belt here, but I don't actually think it's going to matter all that much in actuality. It's fine. It's a little bit of extra weight on one side of a belt. I think because the numbers, there are 11 over here, there's 9 on this side and 7 on this side. It's not going to fill them super equally if I just have them like... Oop, I didn't realize there's all scoop here. It's not going to fill them super equally if I have each section going to a chest. But it should be easy enough to just have a few splitters to fix it at the end. Again, the space is the big constraint here. Traditionally, in my experience, having one lane like this to feed is not the play. But I have an idea which might work well for it. So I'm thinking that if we just splitter it like here and just have them merge, this should be fine. So the way it'll work is because this one has so much more than the other ones, this one will feed its original one, and I'll even input priority on this side. Whoops. So this side will take the priority on feeding this one. I'll do the same thing over here too. And if there's any excess, they'll trickle down, but this one has the least amount of drills feeding it, so logically, to me, this feels like a good idea. I should have these not all feeding on the same side, though. I have plenty of space to fix that, too, so I will certainly do that. My Tootsie Rolls are exposed right now. 5, 4, 4 and 4. Wait, this is 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I thought this was 7. This was only 6. Perfect. That makes it actually easier to balance them out a little bit. Assuming I can barely fit a thing there, and I sure can. Cool. So that should be even. This one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't believe I'm so bad at counting. That's really rough to learn. Especially in a setting where people can like see you and it's not just like, dang, I don't know how to count. And you're just like chilling in your bedroom in the middle of the night. You know what? So it goes. Some people were put on this planet to count and some people weren't. This feels sound to me. Maybe it's cringe. But I think it's fine. Okay. So that's the drills feeding the scrap, with a priority on the one that has way more. Or I guess an anti-priority on it. Something we will need to do is feed the locomotives. Which should be easy to do. I'm going to do this as scrap pickup 1. Because I imagine we're going to have multiple, but we might not for a while at least. We'll set this to scrap drop-off 1. I really don't know how crazy you have to go. Honestly, I'll use the scrap recycling icon. Sure, that's like perfect for it. I don't know how crazy you have to go to actually like beat Factorio by going to like the Shattered Planet. I'm not really qualified to make like a mega vase or anything, so I hope it's not that intense. Surely it's not. Oh, the inductor's here. Wonderful. I'm going to remove that request because I think 250 of those is going to be good for a while, and Gleba probably was quite stressed doing all those. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm like a spider on Christmas. Sweet. So something that we can do really quickly too is copy. I should drop off more of these excess scraps and stuff too, just for the moment. I'd like to process them rather than just leaving them in a box, which I will get to. But for the moment, I would really like the inventory space so that I can move more of those chests and actually use the resources from them. But we will quickly copy this and then reverse it down here. And there we go. That's our first. Oh, they look kind of cool. I didn't expect them to be yellow. I thought they were just purely gray. It's our first stack inserters that we've ever placed, which is kind of cool. I don't think I've ever gotten them in a mod pack I've played either. The wiring here is kind of wild. However, oh yeah, these ones are like just chilling with scrap. This is going to be less of an issue. As this top one fills, it'll cascade down a little bit. And these are filling really, really quick. But for the beginning, because this one's mining the least, these are certainly going to be kind of scrunky. I'm guessing it'll level itself out. We'll have to see. Spooter is so right. Spotter is. Would you pronounce that spotter or spooter? I hope it's spooter. Because spooter is a lot more fun to say than spotter. It's gotta be spooter. There's no world where it's not spooter. What the heck is that? Small fulgor in ruin. 07 fulgorons. There is a part of this area that is not protected by a lightning catcher thingy, so I should set those up. Don't have many of them right now, so we'll have to make more, but now at least we have the luxury of starting to get scrap onto our island and processing them. Spoder? No way. Spoder is one who spodes. What is the act of spoding? Spodology? Other way would be spooter. That's fair. Look, I was just living in a fantasy world where spooter was more popular than spoder, and I understand that that was just like a dream. Actually, I don't even know how I'm going to process this, to be honest. Let's clear out this area so I can think a little bit. I can't think with these rocks around. Okay. So we're going to want a bunch of recyclers. We should really start there. So I'm going to just make as many recyclers as I can hold right now. Then I think we're going to start looking at one of my favorite dishes, although I haven't had it in a long time, so can I really call it a favorite dish if I haven't eaten it since like 2000... I'd say probably 2024, maybe 2023. But sushi. Spooter and Spoder walk into a bar. So, honest to goodness, I think we full send it. Maybe this is too much for a power grid. How much is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One, two, three. This will put them all on the same side of the belt. I could put them not on the same side of the belt really easily, though, with this design. We're going to use the stackers. Actually, I think it'll look nicer if I intersperse them. There's no way one belt's going to be enough to feed these, actually. This is dumb. I should feed them on multiple belts. I'm changing my mind. I'm thinking we want to have 3 different belts. Like, each of these should be their own belt, maybe. Alright, so I'm going to set up scrap drop-off 1 weight condition. We'll do full cargo for now, and then we'll just have empty cargo. Simple, clean. Cargo's full, it leaves. Cargo's empty, it returns. Wow, that is really efficient. Like, I know it makes sense that it's efficient, I'm just shocked at how efficient it is. I don't really know how quickly these actually rip through stuff. It doesn't reverse chemistry or smelting. I guess I could do 3 lines of 6, but then converting them would be a little annoying into a single belt. Not impossible, just a little bit annoying. No, it wouldn't be that bad at all. I'm gonna do that. You're back already? I know that the trip isn't that far. I'm just shocked that you're so quick. Surely these are not keeping up with the demand, but once these boxes are full, wow, that is really quick. I never use stack inserters, and I'm quite impressed with how little time they spend messing around. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. So, to make 6 more recyclers, we need steel. I'm gonna go grab steel. Hit me with a Leroy Jenkins in the Lord's year of 2026. Blessed be. I am fighting the urge to sneeze right now. As much as I would like to get the sneeze out of my system. Because I'm not confident that the sneeze will result in anything. I think that the sneeze is being one of those, haha, you thought you could sneeze kind of sneezes. Truly a battle with my own body right now. I'm gonna manually craft these. I was about to send all of these scraps into here. Alright, so I want to have their own dedicated belts. Maybe something like this. The scrap inputs here. These output, and we'll have it so that 3 of them output in each direction. Thought I already ran out of blue belts. I was like, I just got here. Thankfully, with how fast and efficient this ship is and strong and beautiful, we should be okay to sustain for a little while. If we need to, like, go get more stuff, we should grab it pretty quick. Yeah, see, now it's going to chill for a little bit because the cargo is not full? Because we're completely out of power for a little bit in the middle of the night when we don't have lightning. I was like, what's happening here? So we're going to want to put down more accumulators, which is to be expected. We're running out of power during the day now with the drills running and everything. So I think I want to just start layering more of those basically right now. So I'm going to just copy this pod, I think, and slam it down again. Maybe half the pod, just focusing on this part specifically. Dang, the bots are really efficient. I know, surprise, surprise, but like... anywhere we can fit in some cumes, that's what I like to call them, cumes, because I'm hipping with it. If we can fit some cumes in somewhere, I want to fit in some cumes. That's really what I'm feeling right now. Look at that. the bot migration. Cumes. It's really just rolls off the tongue too. The solar panels are nice, but like they really don't do much. So I'm hoping that with enough cumes set down, we won't have to worry about it at all. And we'll try to use awkward parts of geometry. I think a good idea too is to take literally every space of land on this island that does not have anything and just slam accumulators. I don't see a reason not to. May as well take advantage of the real estate. We're not going to be walking here very much anyways. We can consider slamming some efficiency modules to help on power early on too. Not really going to sweat it right now because we got other things to think about. I should sweat it for the record. It's a mistake that I'm blowing it off, but you know what? Sometimes you're the blower and sometimes you're the blowy. That's just how life goes. The spacing on this is unbelievable. I actually almost can't fathom that this lines up so perfectly with my train stop. Wow, cool. Okay, anyways. So we need these to be undergrounds so that I can have these go downwards. The thing I'm most interested in designing right now is where the belts are going to combine later on. Because we're going to have to put them through a sorting system, but I think I'll combine them first, maybe? I don't know, this might be like wicked overkill, but you know what? Who cares? They can't make us not overkill our stuff, you know? Thinking like this. Whoops. There I go, pushing escape again instead of just pushing Q. Did I process enough to make another one of these? I did. I was trying to manually do a bunch of scrap so I can make the final one here. Alright, so the scrap processes, goes on the belts, comes down here. These should all combine into a single belt. There's no way this belt's gonna have enough throughput for all that scrap. There's no heckin' chance. I am being way overzealous with this. I mean, I can have it turn into 2 here if nothing else. My thought was I do a big ol' sushi belt here and then have it start processing off the sushi belt with splitters. The thing about splitters that comes to mind as being problematic is that if I do splitters, we need way more belts, by the way. In case you were wondering, we're basically out already. So in spite of me being like, haha, what if we ran out of belts unless... we did run out of belts. I'm gonna have the inductor. Honestly, maybe I'll have it go to Fulgora and pick up stuff, or not Fulgora, Vulcanus. I always mix up Fulgora and Vulcanus's name. How are you doing on belts? You look like you're straight chillin'. Arguably like a villain. Wow, your request can't actually fit what you need. That's interesting. Alright, I'm unlimiting these boxes. I'm going crazy. Wait, you're not even full. What happened? Oh, I turned you off. Okay. No, we're putting the base to work. It's not doing nothing right now. It ain't even making science. It's making something. I think I want to have the inductor swing by there and ask for green belts, to be honest. Now that I know it's so fast and so efficient. Gonna have it ask for 500 green belts. I haven't really used greens yet. I don't know how much of an improvement they are, but I am making a big request for them. We'll do request satisfied. Actually, all requests satisfied should be fine. I probably don't have to do this 3 times, but I will for my own sanity. That way I can theoretically turn some of these off. And we'll just send you right over. It looks like we got transport belt capacity 2 done just in time. Does that mean our belts are going to look really weird where they're going to stack to 3s like partway through? So kind of, but we didn't really get to see it anyways. They're definitely taller now though. You could totally see it. Maybe they're at 4s now? I don't really know how tall they are. I think it goes 5, 30, 45, or 15, 30, 45, 60. Okay, so 60 is pretty big. Might want to upgrade plan to this once we get the fancier belts. Okay, so we obviously need to get power for these, so I should set those up before I get too ahead of myself on the design. We can't productivity scrapped, which is fine. I want to continue getting, oh, a healthy body. Hold the phone. I want to just continue to use the green science while it's there and I don't have an eloquent solution. Isn't there like a better lab? Why can't we research this? Oh, because we need to do brighter egg handling. Heck, I should have done that first. That certainly would have been a good little bonus project to do. But you know what? I'll deal with it later. That's a future us problem, and I won't regret saying that. Because at the end of the day, we could just keep using science on like endless sciences like that. Like rocket fuel productivity. I didn't know that was a thing, but it's going to be a thing now. I do want asteroid prod too, now that I'm thinking about it. There's plenty of things for Gleba science to be used on, so I'm not sweating it. Once we start moving over to using fulgor science, I'll probably hop back to novice and go figure out how we can catch a biter nest, I guess. I don't really know how that works. I know that there's like a capture pod rocket thing, but it looks like we're gonna have to go catch one in the middle of nowhere, maybe? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Maybe I can just turn off all my artilleries temporarily. Let them grow closer. Either way, back to the quote-unquote problem at hand. Which is, what the heck am I doing? I could put things on the sushi belt, sure, 100%. But what am I gonna do with it once I process it? I kind of want to turn it on just to feel a little bit of dopamine. I think I'm gonna do that really quick. I like this design for offloading. I don't even think it's all that efficient, but I just like how it looks. Okay, we use this dramatically slower than I thought we would, but we still produce an absurd amount of supplies. Somehow, it's like dramatically slower on the scrap than I thought. I figured with these stack inserters and stuff, it was going to be a non-issue, but I guess because there's just so much of it in one spot that it's actually not an issue. Cool. All right, so I have these, what is it, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have these 12 things. That's not 12. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is 12. I have these 12 things. Some of them are extremely rare, some of them are extremely common. I need to figure out, 1, how to sort it. 2, what I'm going to use it for. And 3, how to get rid of excess. Those are like the big things that I have issues with right now. I think to start, it's not a terrible idea to set up just some sort of like way to sort everything out of the system, which then results in them buffering. The system will 1,000,000% back up, but this will result in us having some supplies to work with as time goes on. And I think that that's a beneficial thing to have. So that's what I'm going to start with. I might redesign this later. I'm going to have the bot. I keep doing deconstruction plan. I should just do Alt, what is it? Alt D. Yeah. Gotta get better with the hotkeys. Because at the moment we have very little resources, but an abundance of resources. You know, it's like there's rain in the desert right now, but I'm still dehydrated, you know? So how do I want to do this? Could do splitters. Honestly, splitters is interesting. I mean, it's obviously like, it's not that interesting, but it's like the obvious solution. So we look at this, we go, okay, we get 0.5 iron gear wheels per second. Therefore, we want iron gear wheels to be splitted out at the very beginning because they're the most common. Boom, iron gear wheels come out here. Next is solid fuel, being the second most common. I don't know why I typed in solid. Okay, boom. Solid fuel. This comes off here. Oh, this would actually be really easy to sort quality like this too. Because if I have this as iron gear wheels, and this one is iron gear wheel down here for normal and then down here for quality, that's something to think about later on, but I'm not doing it this exact second. What's next? That's going to be concrete. That is concrete, baby. So we'll do concrete. Boom. Next is ice. I have these on the wrong output priority, so I'm glad that I'm checking these. Okay, so that is ice. After ice is going to be steel. And then after steel is going to be batteries. Nice that batteries just pop out here. I didn't actually notice those. I heckin' miss input really bad. Okay, filter, batteries, boom. So steel, battery, this one's ice again, so you want to change it to stone. And then red circuits, copper wires, blue circuits. Red circuits. This one will be blue circuits, and then this one will be copper wires. And then low density structure and holmium are the remaining two. This is so long. I'm glad I picked to do this on a different island. I didn't realize how much space this would take up in actuality. Okay, so holmium. I'll do low density first. I think that was the proper order. Then holmium. Although I think they were both 0.2. Okay, boom. So this, in theory... I do not have a lot of belts to play with right now. Why are you not importing from Volcanus? Because you just arrived? I'm sorry, you're out of processing units? How? Oh, never mind. I figured out how you're out of processing units. Remember that thing where I was like, I'm going to uncap these. That'll be really funny. Yeah, I make a very little processing units for the crazy demand here. Something to work on for certain. That's the homie I'm looking. Did that also take a hit? No, there's still plenty of home. Actually, it's not really plenty of it. All right, cool. Good to know that we can't really supply that. We'll have to touch that up. I could theoretically fit a few more of these in right now, but I think I'm gonna just speed module them and call it good enough. Can't believe I didn't use any prod modules up here or anything. So let's make it quicker. Did the inductor really get nothing that whole time? Weird. I didn't know we were so conked on him. Heck. That's basically like my playthrough in a nutshell, is going, oh boy, let me import this thing. Oh god, everything is awful. Heck. And then I just repeat it over and over again. Okay, so if I turn this on, it's going to immediately turn off, obviously, because it has nowhere to put the gear wheels. Heck, I ran out of belts. Running out of belts was not on my list of issues I thought I was going to have. Are these stacked? These are not stacked. Okay, only the start of them aren't stacked and then they end up stacked later? Why are these not stacked but the rest are? Only some of them? Oh, okay, I see. These are stacked, but these are not. Because they pump out in a bigger amount? I guess? It feels like these are stacked and then these become unstacked partway through. Maybe it's because there's a varying amount that you get. I don't know. Either way, it's not important right now. The important thing is we just start storing some of these materials so we have access to them. It will be important to figure out for certain, so don't think that I'm just like completely disregarding it. I've identified that it's a thing. It'll just be something we figure out later on. Didn't think I had my red chests on me. Okay, so these do come out stacked sometimes. Weird. So I do want to use a stack inserter. It's a little funky. The recycler moves output to the belt as soon as it can. If it only has one gear in its inventory, it puts a gear out. That's fine. There are so many gears. Holy moly. I knew gears were like, what, 50% of it or something? Yeah, 50% of what we're putting through is gears. So we're definitely going to need a good way to deal with these gears. Did I set this up in the wrong way? I set this up completely backwards. No, I didn't. No, I did, right? You would want the heaviest thing at the end rather than the start? Heck, I don't know. I feel like I'd set it up the opposite way of what you'd actually want. Oh, I can do the lazy thing that I do sometimes. That's good. Should be fine either way. That's fair. Hopefully. I'm gonna do the tried and true method of multiple inserters at once. There we go. It still gets a little chunk, but now we're storing stuff, which is nice. Heaviest first tier, let's use lower tier belts later. That's a good point. I didn't think about interweaving like greens and blues. Honestly, I'm just satisfied looking at this so far, but you know, there's only so much time. Like, this is probably already a good chunk full. Yeah, yeah, so it's going to turn off. But now we have at least access to some materials, which means we can make
requests for bots to craft things. And I think what I'm going to start with is a requester chest, which I'm going to put into an area like this. We also need to put down some roboports in this area, which I haven't done yet. But that was on the to-do list to connect everything together. So that we can see all that we need to see. We're going to set up a requester chest. We'll set up a crafter as well. And we will have you outputting recyclers. Because I believe recyclers can be made raw from everything in here. Yeah, it can. What do recyclers stack up to? Stack size 20? Okay, yeah, that's a pretty good chunk of recyclers. Give the bots something to do. They're probably bored. So we're certainly going to need more recyclers. First things first, we can have it so the recycler exists to, like, turn these iron gear wheels into plates and then store them. How's the inductor doing? Oh, that's so rough. Oh, no, it did get a few of them. I was like, it hasn't got anything yet. Nah, it did. I just saw green and was like, that must be uranium. Oh my god, my Spidertron kind of gets pulled by the belt a little bit. That's crazy. I didn't think it would actually, like, be capable of being pulled with all the legs. Alright, so this is kind of quick and dirty for the recyclers, but we can set this up here. And now we're making iron plates in a box. What does solid fuel turn into? I'm guessing nothing? No. What could it turn into? No, it's got to be nothing. Okay, yeah, 25% solid fuel. So solid fuel we can just dump when it gets too full to get rid of it. Concrete's gonna probably turn into iron ore, I would guess. Isn't that like a necessity for it? Okay, so stone bricks and iron ore, but we probably don't need stone bricks because we get stone outright as well. Ice is simple. We can melt ice. I don't think ice is used for anything other than melting into water, is it? Ice platform is probably not relevant to us right now. And ice just turns into ice. So any excess ice, we turn ice into water and cryogenic plants. This is going to be very much going down the line and figuring out what we can efficiently do with the resource and then how we can dump excess. I think just having the iron plates is giving me peace of mind right now, which is why I'm going for it. We don't have copper plates, which we can do with copper cables. However, copper cables are a lot less common than I would expect them to be. Although we can get more copper from breaking down red circuits as well. I'm hoping copper isn't like a heavy necessity here, because it seems to me like it's tougher to get now. Okay. I've got ideas at least. I think I'm gonna just take these turbo transports for now. How's the planet doing? How's Volcanus doing with filling its rocket? Oh, it's much better now. Now that I've turned off these, it's fine. I was like, it's going so slow that maybe I'll just suck it up and wait, but it seems like it's okay now. I was gonna send it back to Novice just to pick up blue belts, and I might still do that, to be honest. Can we make lubricant here? Lubricant comes from heavy oil. You can't break down into liquids. Oh, oil ocean. But what type of oil is the ocean? That's actually something I should have checked because I really don't remember. So we'll go for a pump really quick. We don't have any iron ingots. That's okay because we're producing them pretty quickly. All right, ocean, what do you got for me? Heavy oil. Perfect. Right? That's perfect. I'm not losing my mind here. Okay, cool. So we can make lubricant straight from the ocean. So we can certainly make our own belts here, and there's probably something I want to do. We can crack heavy oil into light oil? We can make solid fuel with it, but we don't want to do that. So we have access to light oil. We don't have access to petroleum or crude oil, I think. We do technically have petroleum gas, actually. No, maybe not. Can we get coal here? Whoa, I didn't notice there was a bonuses button you could push. Cool. Anyway, I'm getting distracted again. I'm just trying to get like an idea of, so coal liquefaction. I don't think there's a way for us to get coal on this planet. We could ship it over. I'm just thinking about things we could get on our own. We could theoretically do coal synthesis if we can make carbon somehow. No, we basically need coal. I'm going to guess that coal is not really something we're going to be messing with here. Maybe it is. Time will tell. Okay, so we've stacked on solid fuel as I kind of expected. We've made a good chunk of recyclers. So my first plan is to just have recyclers like double feeding themselves to just break down excess materials. Should be easy enough to set up. I don't know if 2 is sufficient. I feel like I ran into the issue before where 2 wasn't doing it for me. Because for some reason, or occasionally they can output an extra of themselves. No, this does seem to be fine with how quickly it goes through them. I am going to set up wiring though. I think I'll use green wiring because we're using green things. And we will have it enable, disable, and we'll do it when the total contents of the solid fuel is over. What is this max at? Looks like 2.4k. So we'll say if it's over 2300, it'll start ripping them. I guess technically a stack inserter would be better because its hand size is bigger. Cool. Now the belts will continue to flow for a little bit. Something similar will have to happen down the line a little bit. I'm surprised the concrete is... Did I look at it wrong? No, we're getting so much more ice than concrete. Maybe it's because I stuck ice in there manually or something. It didn't stick concrete in there. Yeah, it's probably just some bias because of that. Yeah, I'm guessing I just stuck some of my stuff in there and forgot. It makes more sense. Give me one sec. The sneeze came out, but now I feel like someone just like packed my head full of gross nonsense, which is a little unfortunate. I want to change how this recycler's facing, so I'm going to do that really quick. For the sake of space, I think that this is a lot more efficient. At least for the moment. We're going to need to move these and stuff, but for the moment, just getting boxes full of stuff is making me happy. So that's what we're focusing on while we're waiting for belts and stuff too. I mean, I could start crafting belts probably, actually. Let's focus on that. Let's start basic necessities on fulgor so we don't have to ship everything in. This is a ruin here. We certainly make the gear wheels and stuff required for belts. In fact, we do it right here. What the heck? I have belts still? Oh, I put them in a box forever ago and they finally supplied me because I was in range. I didn't run out of belts. It's a Christmas miracle. Okay. So the issue with this is that very seldom our belts or these gears going to get through here. But we've already like ripped through all of our gear wheels apparently, so I'm going to just like let it rip. I should have brought foundries. Can foundries do normal belt recipes or do they need the juice in them now that I'm thinking about it? I haven't used foundries for a while. I know that when you make belts in them, you can do normal ones with productivity. I should ship some over while we're here. That's a great idea. I forgot foundries are like a thing. I would like to request 60 foundries, please. Port Volcanus, I show up there, I do like nothing, everything breaks. I refuse to explain. We're out of holmium again. We're not out of holmium? I turned off the request. Good job, past me. You accidentally set up a lot of issues for future me to figure out, but that's no biggie. Alright, we got Mondo recyclers, which is nice. I would like to set up at least belt automation so we don't have to request the other ones, so let's continue on with that. What do red belts need? More gear wheels? Oh, we can do gear wheels. That's kind of our thing. I sometimes forget that belts are like reasonable to make. It took me 2.5 hours, I believe it was, to make my first yellow belts in my Pies playthrough, which is literally as far as I got to it. And I was like, wow, this was a lot of work. I sent it to my roommate who's been playing Pies, and she was like, wow, that's like, how do you have so many materials to make that many small parts for the yellow belts? And I was like, that's the secret. I just didn't ratio it and set up for a bunch of them, and there's like one iron plate on my belt at any given moment. All right, so did our P-base survive? Enough P-base survived where it should be fine to just P-base them over. We'll need to process this, but that shouldn't be a big deal to do. Heavy oil as like a resource you just pull out of the ground is actually really neat. I think I took it for granted last time because I didn't really interact with it when I was playing with my friend. Meantime, lurking, enjoy the meeting. Hopefully it is at least bearable. Okay. Heck, I was like, this is the perfect spot for this and nothing will go wrong. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at placing things, it's crazy. This is not even the right plane. Aga. That's fine, this is an easy fix at least. Alright, there we go. I'm always just like really taking for granted is the wrong way to put it, but I'm always assuming that it's much more miserable to set up blue belts than it actually is. At least on this planet, it's super free. With the foundries, we'll produce extra too, so it'll be even more gravy. Okay, we've made lubricant, which are now going to blue belts, which are now going to chests, so we are now set on blue belts, so we don't need to worry about those anymore. Look at that, it took like a minute, if that. We do, however, need to do something with our ice. I don't know how much water we're going to need, but I think it's probably a good idea to start doing something with it eventually. I don't know if right now is the right time, though. Steel is gathering at such a slow pace that I don't think we're going to really struggle to fill up the steel box. I can't believe we have so much stone. Did I read it wrong? Okay, steel, batteries, and stone all come at the same pace, and I probably just used a boatload of that steel, but not the stone. I'm just going to set up the same circuit logic on these ones as I did. I say circuit logic, but it's really not even a circuit. Where it'll just look for ice specifically. It'll say, is there more than 2300 ice? And if there is, turn on. If it won't, it won't. I'm just copy pasting this so we can change it over to stone, and bada bing bada boom. We'll kill excess stone, but we won't kill anything else. As long as these don't have byproducts, they should just kind of disappear. Like stone and ice should just be easy enough. And even the solid fuel should just disappear if we don't need excess of it. This shockingly does not produce enough lubricant on its own. I kind of thought it would just be like super free. No biggie though, it's relatively easy to fix. I need to put a, I guess I don't need to put a check onto that. This is like completely full on iron plate, so it's just kind of trickled down the line. It's fine. This will eventually back up again, but at least we have some melted stuff to fix stuff. Okay, so let's go to grand picture things. We've got scrap coming in. We've got it being processed. It's going down the line. We have scrap. We could get more scrap. These are speed modulables, so we can make them faster if we need to, but for the moment, it's sufficient. What are our immediate goals? Well, let's look at our science. We need to make holmium to get electromagnetic plants, which are 50 productivity building for this planet. Like the, what are they called? Bio crafters, bio thingamawats that eat nutrients, these things. Bio chambers on Gleba, and like the foundries on Vulcanus. I'm surprised the rocket capacities of these are so small. I'm glad that I made such a sizable request of them, because I don't know if I'll ever do it again. 25 per rocket is rough. We have no turbo splitters in the logistics storage at all. Are you crazy? We have a crap load of them. Wonder why it seems to think it has 0. I'm sure it's just fine because there's no rocket available. Okay, so how do we make holmium plates? It's with holmium solution, which is made with stone, holmium ore, and water. So there's already a reason to use water. So let us try to set up a basic automation for that to start. So we have ice melting. I don't want to make this too close over here either. Let's move this down here so we have a little bit of breathing room. Okay, so we're now making water. Easy peasy on that one. Could be beneficial to set up a few storage tanks of water, so I think I'm going to steal some of our newly crafted iron plates and some of our steel and handcraft a few of those. I doubt we're going to be able to store that much holmium solution. I think it's going to be in short supply, but if we set up like this at least... I don't know why I'm doing what I'm doing. I guess because I think it'll look nice. This means we can start stockpiling the water in a physical mean. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do it like this. Because clearly we're producing enough ice to keep up with this. Okay, so water is being produced slowly but surely. Next, for the holmium solution, we need stone and holmium ore. We're currently crunching our excess stone, so I will remove that as well. I'm guessing holmium solution is also made in chemical plants. It looks like we're actually going to need a good chunk of water. I wish so much that the substation could fit in there. So I don't mind having like a little pod producing a good chunk of it. Gonna have the stone come down here next. And again, we are producing slowly but surely blue belts here, so we won't need to worry about running out of them anytime soon. Forgot we were doing health researches. How much health do I have now? I get heckin' 50 each time. Can I see my health somehow? No, but that's okay. I wonder how much health I have. What if I had like only 100 at the start and I have like triple health? That wouldn't be that crazy, right? I bet I have 1,000 at the start. No, there's no way I'm that tanky. I guess I could shoot myself with a rocket and see. So let us set up some chemical plants here to start processing holmium. I guess I'll do 4. I don't really know how many I'll need. Let me do, since it's 10 water, these produce 20 water per second technically, but not really, because we're not outputting that much ice to be able to keep up with it right now. Though we might be able to. If we process more stuff, it might be fine. I'm gonna put these downwind of the water. I feel like piping is one of the cool things you can do design-wise, where you have like a little bit of freedom to make it look nice. Okay, so I think I'm gonna just double belt this. I don't see a reason to not do it the way I want to do it. Okay, and that's holmium solution. What does a holmium plate take? It's just solution inside of a foundry or an assembling machine. So we definitely want to get foundries here, because holmium seems very hard to come by currently. I am going to patiently wait for this to fill because we're almost done. I was going to say I'm going to cut this short and just focus on the other thing. Assuming there's some on the planet. Yeah, there's plenty on the planet. How many of these are on the planet? 35 foundries. I need to make sure that there's more foundries available. It has an uncommon one. That's why I wasn't making any more. I think we have epic quality unlocked. So in theory, there should be a chance to make epic foundries, which is kind of cool in concept. So I'll leave 3 slots open so we can just have like uncommons, rares, and I guess I'll do 4 slots open. So we have uncommons, rares, and epics, and then we can have 60 sitting around, which should be sufficient for whenever we want to make a request. we have holmium solution. We've got a good chunk of it, but we're not like, I don't want to use it until we get the foundries. Maybe it would be fine to do so, but it feels wasteful. Let me hop back in my Spidertron. I think better when I'm looking above everything. Our stone got gunked. That does make sense. I was kind of putting off this, but I want to figure out a solution for what I do. So I'm using the stone here, right? How do I set it up so that excess stone gets gunked in a efficient way? Whoops. I could put it here. But what do I do to make this work? What do I read to not ruin everything? I could read the contents of the belt. Might be smarter to just read the chest itself, though. At which point I should set it up way closer to the top. There's no reason to set it up down here. So if I set this up, and then I have this like this. Okay, cool. That does seem to work just fine. There becomes extra past that 2300. This turns on. I do want to make sure that this one will always be dumping regardless, because we want it for the holmium solution itself. I don't know if this will be our final place for holmium solution, but this does suffice for it. As long as we're reading the content of that first chest that's actually like taking in everything, it's all good to go. So the sushi belt actually didn't need to exist now that I'm looking at it. I was thinking it would have to go back around to be sorted, but I don't think it's necessary. Nothing should make it through to the end, ever. Because we have it sorted for everything. Which gives us a lot of control. We can actually set up a whole second sorting area over here. And just copy it and then flip it. Oh, that's an interesting idea. If I set up a separate sorting area over here with the exact same design and then put a priority on this side, whenever this side backs up, it'll go into the other side and then delete it all? Yeah, but that won't be quite as eloquent because it'll only activate period when one side's backed up, and there won't be like an excuse for why that side's back up, so maybe that's not worth it. It was an interesting idea, but I don't think it's the correct one. Oh, yay, we're getting our foundries now. It's 5 per thing. All right, I was a little overzealous, I'll admit. How about if I settle with 20? $40. I'm just trying to think about not sending it back there very frequently. What are foundries used for? I really only want it for the belts, and I think the holmium does it too. Yeah, if the holmium does it, then I'm going to want it for belts and stuff. I really don't need that many of it, though. I can't imagine I'm using that many foundries for the holmium. I think 20 is probably going to be fine. Because, like, what? Assuming we do it all the way down for belt automation, we need 9 of them in total if we want to make up the blue belts here. Oh, I see. I just figured out something pretty obvious. What they want you to do is not ship the green belts, because the green belts recipe probably calls for all reasonable stuff except for a handful of tungsten plate. So what they want you to do is ship tungsten plate everywhere. That makes sense. There seems to be like a primary export on every single planet that you focus on. I like it. Even just having some on a ship and having a request of like, hey, go to everywhere and drop off 500 tungsten plates or whatever, then go back, could be useful. I really want these foundries. I'm itching for them. Okay, I'm so like deep in thought. Fulgora has so many moving parts, much like Leba does. But I don't think the recycling is really that much of an issue. It seems like at the end of most lines, we can break stuff down. I think where the complexities are going to come is when we have a demand for like green circuits somewhere. Once we have a demand for green circuits, we need to go, okay, advanced circuits break into what, plastic green circuits and something else? And copper cables. That's when things are going to get funky. But for now, we have it easy. Two more trips. Come on, Volcanus. You can do it. There's one. No. Who are you sending these mining drills to? Is Novice just like completely full on random mining drills because of that request? Am I crazy? Oh, you have so many mining drills. We need to turn off that request like now. My goodness. I mean, it's nice. If we haven't replaced everything on Novice, we certainly should. But I think we have. Yeah, we have. Well, if we ever expand, we have a few hundred. I guess they're sitting on Novice too, which is in kind of a convenient spot to grab them from. I thought that yellow bar of sulfuric acid consumption was our power, and I was like, no, we ran out of power somehow. I don't know how that's possible. Oh, this box fully filled. Is there a downside to that? Yes, there is. No? Maybe there isn't? I don't know. Nothing's running out of power yet. We got like a massive buffer of power, so I'm not going to sweat it right now. Come on. I'm just stalling out for the stupid thing to ship. I'm just mad because it took priority and gave it to the... It's given everything to the Starfarer. The Starfarer has like such a big priority. I wonder if there's a way to set priority for filling requests. Because the Starfarer definitely took priority over the Inductor. Can I move where ships are on the thing? They're alphabetical. Right? S, F, no, because that'd be space science. Maybe it's the order they show up in the Factoriopedia and space science shows up before Fulgora, because F, G, V is alphabetical. But space science is not, that's S. So I'm guessing it's alphabetical plus where it shows up in the pedia. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it's probably somewhat alphabetical in the pedia for the planets. I like referring to it as the pedia. It makes me feel like I'm smart, like I'm referencing some like ancient text. I'm really surprised this hasn't shut down yet. I was expecting it to do so. Let's look at other things while we're waiting for that as well. In regards to how are we going to set up our rocket silo? It looks really easy to do on this planet. Electric engine units are the one headache, and there it is. There's the electric circuits that we're going to have to figure out. Automating electric engine units would be a nightmare, so hopefully we don't have to. I mean, it's not a nightmare, but it's a lot of steps of taking iron gear wheels and turning them into other stuff, which isn't the end of the world. A lot of our stuff is going to be setting up what we need and then setting up at the very end of the line, or I guess early on in the line, just something to dump in our storage chests. I think these buffer chests are the solution to most of our problems. I do wish that I made this line horizontally rather than vertically, and I might adjust that down the line. In fact, maybe I'll do that now. I'm gonna just let all this process, and then I'm gonna just switch all this, just because like vertically we're very cramped. Horizontally we can build left and right, so there is some merit to it. Thankfully we can just do this. This looks good. This will be a little bit jank for a few seconds, obviously, but it should be easy enough to fix. I haven't tested it myself, but I heard ship priorities based on age. First ship made has higher priority. That's super interesting. I would have never guessed that. I wonder if that's something they'll change at some point. Okay, these belts are way too far. I got wacky. Never get wacky. I mean, sometimes get wacky, but get wacky when you need to get wacky. This was a non-whack zone that I entered without a permit to be wacky in, which is really unfortunate for someone such as myself who just solemnly went wacky. Heard the train arrive, which is a surprise. I figured it'd be a little while. I know that this also looks way worse and takes dramatically more belts, but look, this is future-proofing, I promise. There's reasons behind this. Because now I can just move the stuff wherever I want to. Plus, this is going to look so much cooler. Plus, the belt buffer. Oh, you thought this was for nothing. We are so out of belts. What? Why can't I turn you? That's fine. What the heck? A lot of stuff broke here. I need to go into map view. That's what my issue is. Okay. Things got a little wackier than I intended for them. I'll give you that much. But they're unwackied now and everything is fine. Because now I can just move the stuff around. That actually looks really nice on the map too, other than the little splotches in it. But now I have the luxury of being able to just move stuff around as I want to put them in different spots. Because this is not going to be the final resting place of everything. But now, hypothetically, if I want to move, let's say, the Holmium production down here, I can have the belts kind of more freely get over here than just be all snapped in this corner, then going over each other. Have you arrived yet? The inductor. My foundries. You do care. Can't believe I never thought about putting nuclear on a ship before. That was a real blunder. I could have grabbed some cliff explosives while I was there. I'm sure so those can come in quite a bit of handy. Maybe I'll put in a request for that. Cliff explosives should be really easy to fill. We will look for, we'll do 100. That'll be enough to keep us going for a really long time. Are you getting those from Volcanus? You are. How's your fuel looking? Not stellar, but you fill it up really quick. So I'm going to have faith that you'll be fine. I'm going to just send you to Volcanus now. I forgot to check for your fuel count before you actually like do something. That would be like an important thing to actually set up. So I'm going to just do a time pass 600 seconds and hopefully you'll be fine. Thrusters are going to run out of fuel this time. Again, normally the ship's not going to be moving instantly. We are producing some that'll help it push over the edge. I just sent it to Novice instead of Volcanus, and that really... Oh, it has to go through Novice because there's not a direct path. I didn't think about that. Oh, that makes a great deal of sense. I don't think I've ever been in a situation... Because I've never been on Volcanus and Fulgora on the same playthrough before. I've only been on Volcanus in this playthrough, and I've been on Fulgora like once before. I didn't consider that. That's a really long trip. You know what? Pause your thrust and chill for a little bit. That was my bad. I didn't consider that. It makes complete sense, but my goodness. All right, let's go put down the foundry so we're not wasting any materials, and I feel a little bit better about that. Boom, foundries get. We also have access to turbo transport belts. I am interested in using them. I don't know exactly where I'm going to use them. Everything is broken because this is full and we don't have anything to do with it, but concrete's going to break into annoying stuff, so we will need to work with that right now as well. But let's see what we're working with in the Factoriopedia. My best friend in this playthrough, certainly. At least my best in-game resource, because it's heckin' saving me. Iron ore and stone brick. I could see stone brick being useful. Iron ore less so, unless there's something I'm forgetting about in the interim. We could technically actually use that iron ore and then smelt it into plates to take away from the heavy amount of iron gear wheels required. But at the same time, is that even a necessity? Okay, so I'm going to pull these out. I'm going to set up a circuit condition much like this one. Does that take the circuit condition if I do this? It does. We'll change it over to concrete. I'm going to just have a very simple destruction set up on it for now. Look at our inventory. We have so much cool stuff in it. It's almost like perfectly split down the middle color-wise too. If we had a few more items, it'd look really nice. Okay, so we will have recycler 1 and recycler 2. No, we need to have this where we have 2 recyclers eating stuff, which then goes on a belt, because this concrete will not turn into anything. Oh no, there it goes. So it's very rarely will turn into either ore or stone bricks. The stone bricks, we could probably just store them for now, but I think, yeah, let's just store them for now. It looks like we get so few of them, just judging by this, that I'm going to just sort one of these as stone bricks and then the other one as ore. Maybe we can use them in the interim. I'd rather not like waste them if we don't have to waste them, if that makes sense. Filter, iron ore. You know, there's no reason to not. We can afford to place down a few storage chests. I'm very much hoarding a bunch of things right now, which might come back to bite me later, but it's easy enough to just blow up the chest if things go wrong. When in doubt, boom boom Bakudan. Okay, these crunch very slowly. I did not think they'd be that slow, to be honest. Maybe just because we were like behind on the 8-ball on this one. There we go. That's a lot better. At least the system is flowing on one of the channels now. Whoops, did not want to put concrete in there. That'll certainly cause something to break. Probably better to use stack inserters on the heavier lanes. Okay, now things are flowing again, which is good. Cycling time is based on crafting time, I think. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's really interesting. That's good to know. Okay, so first things I wanted to do, or I guess important things, I wanted to use the foundries to replace... Woo, health 4, pog. I really don't know if that health is ever going to be useful, but it's kind of cool to have. Maybe it's useful on the spookier planets later on. So we're going to just get rid of our little assembling machine lineup here. May as well get productivity down the line, so this one will be yellow belts. Okay, the screen was just like shaking and I was like, what's happening? And it turned out that I was just standing on a belt. And I am a mere Spidertron, unable to cope, ready to seethe. At least the passive 50% productivity is like really nice. Even if we don't do anything else with these, just having these buildings down saves us both time and resources. It crafts like wicked fast, so like I just like foundries. I'm glad that we could import them. Wait, hold on. Did that just say the pressure is too low to craft them here? Really? So you're not intended to craft them elsewhere? I figured you were, but it looks like the pressure is too low, so I'm guessing you can only craft them on Volcanus. Well, today I learned. Does not change much. But it is a little bit surprising. Is this Robopop full of robots? It's not full of robots, so let's just move it a little bit. Oh yeah, the special buildings are like where it's at for sure. Okay, so now we are back to producing blue belts. We'll want to make undergrounds and stuff too. Maybe we should set those up while we're here. I kind of want to make a few holmium though first. Fulgor is kind of a vibe so far. I don't hate it or anything. I don't know why it's specified not hating it, because obviously I don't hate it, but it's interesting. Wow, I did not think that concrete would be an issue. You know what might be a good idea with the concrete is turning it into refined concrete, because it's 20 to each, and then it only turns to 10, so it halves it. But that's a use of steel plates and stuff too. How do you make hazard concrete? Is it just 10 to 10? It's probably 10 to 10. I can't imagine 10 concrete turns into 1 hazard concrete. Oh yeah, it is 10 up there. I didn't realize the times 10 at the top. Cool, cool, cool. I could just start slamming down the concrete on here. Maybe I'll do that to just get rid of some of it to start. That sounds like an okay idea. But we're certainly going to need to dedicate a lot to getting rid of concrete from what I can tell. So weird. God, that's like no concrete too. Heck yeah. You can use numpad plus to increase the size of your tiles. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. However, I don't have a numpad. I used to have a numpad, but I switched keyboards because the one I was using on stream was really, really, really loud. And this one is not as loud. And usually just kind of eaten. And sometimes I play fighting games and stuff. So when using the keyboard for that, it was like really detrimental, I think. So it is very much appreciated, but I would have to rebind it, I think, which is not the end of the world. That's usually why you'll see me like place a few and then copy a bigger grid, is just to get around having to rebind it. This keyboard is so quiet. Like if I tap it, it kind of comes through. The other one is brutal. I'll grab it sometimes in the corner of my room. But I really like the other one. It feels great to use too, but it's just so loud and I don't want to blow everyone's ears out. Okay, so back down here. Should be pretty easy to process holmium from what I can tell. I think, I'm kind of a dumb McIdiot head. I should have been doing productivity on the holmium, because I think that this is going to be really obnoxious to process things. Holmium plates. So it's just holmium. But holmium is so rare that I have to imagine this is just the objective correct way to do this. All right, so we've made enough to get an electromagnetic plant, which is our special building for this area, as well as superconductors, which take holmium plate and light oil, so we'll have to crack some light oil. Electrolytes, which is heavy oil and holmium solution. Supercapacitors, which take electrolyte, which is that heavy oil holmium solution, batteries, electronic circuits, more plates, and then superconductors. So those are going to be a heckin' nightmare to make. Those take so many plates down the line. Wow, that takes a ton of holmium solution in actuality. Takes 150 holmium plates to make an electromagnetic plant, but it's almost certainly worth making those post-hastedly, so I think we're going to try to accomplish that. It looks like we just need to make a supercapacitor. Oh, here's our science, okay. Supercapacitor, accumulator, which I think is green circuits. Maybe it's not. No, that's batteries. It might not need green circuits. Electrolyte and holmium solution. So holmium is going to be an extreme supply that we need. Because looking at this alone, supercapacitor takes holmium on several steps, electrolyte takes holmium on several steps, and holmium solution takes it in one step. So that is a crazy amount of holmium. It's just holmium all the way down. So we're certainly not going to want to scrap any excess holmium. We haven't even filled up a box of holmium yet. I got a little shocky feet. We need to make sure that we don't get shocked. Did I set up automation for lightning rods? I don't think I did. Stone bricks and copper cables? Heck, that should be easy enough to set up if we want to. We're producing stone bricks now. I was going to say slowly but surely, but there's more in there than I anticipated. I'm hoping that we're ahead of the 8 ball now, but I'm willing to bet that we're not. I could speed module these, although I thought I didn't bring speeds. Yeah, I didn't bring speeds. That's okay, because making speed modules here is going to be better anyways, because we have the this thingy, the electromagnetic plant. Okay. I'm jumping around. My head's kind of in the clouds right now. But we can make electromagnetic plants. Ideally, we would like to get quality ones, so I will be a good noodle and make a few quality 2s while we're here. What do they take? Okay, we could just grab these ahead of time. Although it would technically be smarter to make the quality modules inside of those plants. I'm getting too deep in the sauce. I should just make some quality 2s to start. Okay, so we've got 4 quality module 2s on the way. We also want to make our building. Which cannot be made in hand, which is fine, because making it in hand would be stupid, because this whole point was to try to throw quality in it when we make it. So it's going to be an electromagnetic plant, which is going to be... Where is it? Foundry. Is it right in front of me and I'm looking right at it? It must be. There it is. Oh, okay. It's down by like the liquid things. I guess that makes sense, since you can probably do liquid related things in it, maybe. Alright, so I'll have to wait a little bit to fill this up with stuff, but we should be able to make at least one, hopefully rolling quality on it. And the important thing is that once we make one, whether or not it's quality, we can slam that down to make more of them. That's basically like the name of the game, is to try and get as much productivity out of these buildings as we can. But I do want to try to roll quality on it, especially with the fact that we have epic quality from going to Gleba. How do you get legendary quality? Is that a kilo or whatever it's called? Legendary quality. It does seem to be the case. I was hoping we'd be able to get it without that. That's fine. Quality is just so cool. This is going to be a slow set of crafting, so let's keep ourselves busy. Looks like our scrap mine's doing just fine. I'm really surprised at how little scrap we use. I thought it would be way, way faster. So we want to make a rocket silo as well. We have to get off here eventually, which means we need to set up green circuits. We're going to need green circuits for several steps here. That's something that I've been kind of putting off. Accumulators do not need anything fancy, so those will be easy, but we do need green circuits to at least get ourselves started. And I think there's something else, but I don't remember what it was right now. So our best way to get green circuits is probably by breaking down advanced. Oh my god, processing units must give a lot of them though. See, it's tough because whichever of these I opt to break down, assuming that this is how I'm going to get my circuits, which might not be the case, it might just be better to make them from the extra iron plates and cables. I could actually see that being better than breaking them down in a way, potentially, because we don't produce a crazy amount of processing units. But we do produce a very little amount of the advanced circuits as well. So I could certainly see there being value in just making... We don't make a crazy amount of copper cables either, but like what else are we going to use them for? But see, on the other hand too, we make the same ratio of red circuits and copper cables out of this, right? Red circuits break down into copper cables. So there's like a benefit to doing those. But the processing units break down into everything, so it's going to technically break down into copper cables and electronic circuits, but they're so rare. Have we filled up most of the box yet? It does feel like there's many options. You're very right. Okay, we're not doing blue circuits. Now that I'm thinking about it further, blue circuits are needed for rockets, and I don't feel like it's a good idea to do it. I could see red circuits being an option. Maybe some kind of condition that we set up where it's like, we'll focus on using the copper cables to use them. And then once those are gone, it pulls into a disassembler that turns advanced circuits into more copper cables and stuff. That's an idea. That's an idea, and certainly one I'd like to investigate. Especially with how abundant iron plates are. Ah, that's so nice. We're so good on belts forever. Think while we have a slight mum or lull, I should say, in our time, I'm going to set up more of the foundries for other stuff that we're going to need as soon as I find them in my inventory. Heck, I actually set this up so it can't be reached by the belt ever. That's fine. Oh, this needs raw gear wheels again. I got these green belts and now I'm like, I have too good to use syndrome with them. I don't know why I undergrounded those. I fulgor, you fulgor, we all fulgor. You can't jump in Factorio. Slam down that productivity. Can you show the ships you set up quick? Are you ignoring YouTube chat again? That's really rough that ended with, are you ignoring YouTube chat again? Because the answer is clearly yes. Yeah, I could show you the ship. I'm sorry, T. I just saw it. Look, the fulgor is doing a lot to my brain. This is the Solomon Ductor. This is a ship that I set up. At the top here, we have some premium high-grade turrets. We have 10 of them at the front of the ship, as well as our sorting system that definitely works and never gets stuck. And I'm quite surprised. We are full on water, so we're not sorting anything right now, which is not something that I thought was a genuine possibility. So that's something I'll certainly have to fix. We have a sushi belt filled with bullets, which is pretty cool. Down the lane here, we have our ice melting. We melt ice here and then put it into storage tanks that fill up, and that causes us a problem. Oh no, we're not full on water. We're just not processing it fast enough. So you know what? Heck productivity. All my homies hate productivity. Actually, this probably needs speed modules is more the issue. Okay, either way. So back to where we were. We make our fuel here. We have our oxidizer, which is made with calcite because we have calcite processing here. Bullets. Nuclear reactor that certainly won't blow up. Why are you doing what you're doing? Oh, because this is grabbing multiple things at once because its hand size is so big. Weird. I thought it would only put in one at a time, but it puts in a lot. That's fine. Pog not ignoring. I would never ignore YouTube chat. You know that. I paid attention to all my chats the same, except Kick chat, because that one doesn't exist. Alright, so let's put our quality 2s in here. Alright, good luck, good luck. You can reduce the hand size of an inserter? How do you do that? I just kind of accepted it was impossible. Is that filters? Is that stack size? Whoa. Override stack size. Is that what it is? Whoa. I didn't know that was a thing. Spoiled priority. I didn't know that was a thing either. Holy guacamole. It's almost like you should just read the screen instead of pretending you know everything, Miko. Ah, all right. Cool, I appreciate that. That's a good one to learn. Good news, we did in fact Ultra Spoon as we've been known to do. We did hit the uncommon one. What was our percentage chance? 8%? So it's like a 7 for an uncommon one. Yoink. Still here, by the way. I haven't abandoned you. Thank goodness. If you abandoned me, I have to go hunt down and look for you. I don't really want to do that. There are a lot of words in Factorio. It's so true. Okay, so now we do have streamer luck that kind of goes crazy right now. But now we have the luxury of making more of them. I think that's where our first holmium plates are going to go. We also have an excuse now to make some refined concrete and some steel. I'm going to just manually feed these for now. Refined concrete takes some of that precious water we've been growing down here and cultivating. But there's an excuse to have some refined concrete, so that's nice. So let us set up... I'm going to assume refined concrete can only be done in the normal crafters. It is indeed the assembling machines. Assembling machine 3, so we'll put this down here. I am refining concrete so hard, RN. I realize now that there's not like a super easy premium 360 no scope way of automating this. Which is fine, and I'm not mad about it at all. I mean, there is, I just don't have it set up easily right now. I was just trying to be greedy. It's really those iron sticks. Our iron just goes and dies right here. This part's way too compact. I need to move stuff around. I think I'm gonna do that now. Give me a little bit of breathing room. I should really just start moving the iron elsewhere too. But this will be fine for now-ish. Okay, let's pull the water up. I just want to get a basic foothold on stuff, and then once I have that foothold, I'll start making more permanent homes for things. But I haven't exactly decided where I want everything to be yet. Honestly, I'm surprised with the space that we grabbed that we've kind of been like okay on space. Like, there's a good chunk of this island I haven't touched yet. But now I can get a little cheeky with the iron. Cool. So now we're making refined concrete. I think. We're not, because I messed up how water works. I guess how pipes work. Cool, 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 cool. Like I said, I want to get funky with quality here once we have the modules, but it's just going to be a little bit more complex. I know that there's like the concept of upcycling and taking things and recycling them into better quality. I know that that's something that exists. I don't really know how to do it, but I'm hoping I can learn. For now, let's focus on getting the refined concrete down. Right, I forgot I didn't make speed modules. It's fine, I'm patient. How much is it for each of the buildings? 100, I think. It is so hot right now. Give me 1 second. It's only 50, okay. Where's that 90? It was one number that was 50 or 90. I think it was 50. I need to put my quality 2 modules in here before I begin. So I gotta make one more of those. Means we need some of our blue circuits, which we're out of. My gosh, it is genuinely like a sauna in here. What is this inserter doing? Living its best life? Oh, this is where I was gonna set up the throwing away the stone. You know what? We don't have like a proper clunking of the gear wheels. You know what? I think this is where I'm going to split off the gear wheels. I've been putting this off for a little bit, but I think now is the time I want to do it. I don't know exactly what I'm doing with them yet, but I know I don't want them here. They're so abundant that I would love to just pull them off the line and use them elsewhere. Even if it's just like recycling them down here where I have more space, I just want them not up there. It'll make me feel a lot better. Do we have any recyclers left? We do. Because like, I don't even think that turning these into iron plates on their own is a bad idea. I think that there's like some genuine merit to having a few iron plates sitting around. Heck, I could just process these into like... What else can iron plates turn into? Sticks? I guess we don't need sticks that heavily, and we already have sticks set up. But just having iron plates in general... I could also make these quality iron plates. I don't know. I'm gonna crunch them for now. For my sanity. Because I need the space. But I like the idea of having things away from that center area. But they are getting crunched, and I apologize. I'm going to try my best to not rely too much on just crunching everything at the end of a line, basically. Thinking we need multiple crunchers for this. Maybe a mini crunch job. This is just to keep everything running, though. Ice is definitely in need of crunching now, too. Have we made any more thingy-moets? We've made tons of thingy-moets. We're abundant in thingy-moets right now. I should have put quality modules on the thingy-moet crafter. That was a real blunder on my part. When I said item ingredient shortage, I was like, there's no way that we ran out of blue circuits. That would be a real problem. What? You can't reach that long? Really, Wire? Okay, these two are working in conjunction now. I guess I could technically remove the wiring from this one. Just have it always dumping. This one I'll just read if it needs to destroy or not. Are we abundant on steel now too? There's no way. But steel breaks down into nothing. That feels really bad to get rid of the steel though. Oh man, dealing with the byproducts is gonna be... I mean, it's the whole point, I get it, but... I feel really bad wasting steel. Getting rid of ice is like, I sleep. Getting rid of steel is like... Seriously? Okay, so you're only going to activate... Oh, no, you're on the ice because I didn't update you. I was going to say you're only going to activate when the steel is low. Okay, you do this very, very slowly. Which makes sense since we learned it is about the speed of the operation. Hopefully that's enough to just keep it going for now, though, while I think more. The thing is like, yeah, we could destroy a crazy amount of this stuff here, for sure, without a shadow of a doubt. And it wouldn't even be too difficult to do. But we're going to be using a lot of it. So I just wanted to just, like, keep processing, you know, pool up stuff, make the belts and stuff. I didn't finish doing any of this stuff, so let me do that, too, while I'm here. Change this over to undergrounds. The splitters are a little bit more annoying to make, but the undergrounds and normal belts are so easy that it's like, you may as well while you're here. There's no reason not to, at least. Okay, cool. So that's at least two of the primary things. Good to grab. I made the holmium plates, but I haven't really done anything with them yet. All right, we're gonna need to make rocket fuel too, but that should be easy since we could just rip it from the ocean, I think. Yeah, the solid fuel can come from the heavy oil. We can crack into the light oil and then use that. So solid fuel is easy. I was just thinking about that because I saw the solid fuel productivity. Man, I did not have too many times. Maybe I did early on. I'm glad I didn't remember it. But there's a lot of times where I find myself just sitting here and like kind of staring. Fulgor is really crunching my brain more than I was expecting it to. Let's start making these things down here. You're reading EM plant production online? That's a good point. I forgot that that's what I was planning on doing. Honestly, the bots aren't doing anything. I haven't gone crazy on requesters and stuff yet. I'm going to just set up a requester for this one, I think. Oh, right. I was making this other one. Boom. So now we have a 1 in 10 chance for... Oh my god. Come on, hit the double. Oh, imagine those were 2 purple ones. Either way, we have our plants being made now. Now the question is, do I recycle the lower quality ones? I am happy we hit the back-to-back though. That's, well, 2 10% is a 1%, right? That does in fact qualify as streamer luck, and I will accept everything. What else can you make, big guy? You can make processing units, advanced circuits, electronic circuits. Holy, we're gonna have to remake our circuits on other planets. How exciting. Copper cables, superconductors, perfect. Capacitors and electrolyte. So we're going to be using it for 2 separate things. Oh, I really like, whoa, how the fluid's going is crazy. Maybe it's not that crazy. It just looks crazy to me for some reason. That was the saddest biter I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm so glad I caught that live. That poor thing. It really didn't know what was going on. That biter is like how I'm going right now. That poor biter. All right, so we want stone, heavy oil, holmium solution. Okay, let's not stick this down here. Something else I want to automate really quickly. I think I'm going to just be lazy with it and set up requesters for the time being. Just for a few of these things I want to, like, get right away. Is going to be... Can we make it in here? I don't think we can, but I'm going to check. We can make substations. We can make lightning rods in here, so I'll set up this one with lightning rods. I should put quality modules in there too. Oh, I really like how these like wind up when they work. Okay, so I want to start making quality modules in here. I don't think we can get quality 3s for a while. But basically anything that's going to be like put around, I want to make it into quality. Yeah, so we're not going to be able to do that until electromagnetic science. I do want quality 2s, which theoretically we could get higher quality modules, which is where we're going to get real wacky down the line. Like I said, I want to get real funky with the quality modules here. Okay, so we're at least making these lightning rods now, so I can just grab these as I want. I can put in a request for them too, or put them in a box, but I just want to make sure that our area, where we're going to build into, is not going to be somewhere that's just getting, you know, conked. Unfortunately, when I copy these, I can't see the layout, so I'm going to have to just wait until I grab some more, I think. Should come pretty quick. That's not ocean. I mean, it is, but it's really not. Okay, cool. So that's most of the area covered. I probably want to put poles on these just so we're collecting extra electricity from them. It seems like regardless of where they are, as long as they're in the power system, they will go into our accumulators, which have been doing a bang-up job, by the way. I would have thought that we would have needed more by now. I expect us to eventually need more, but I'm very happy that we haven't needed more so far. I like our one large square of concrete that stemmed from panic. It was a beautiful moment. I guess it's more of a rectangle than a square. I mean, it's almost a square. Nah, it's definitely a little oblong. Quality modules take 45 years to craft. That's crazy. Nobody told me. I'm gonna just handcraft some. Wait, why am I handcrafting these? Can't I just put these in a plant to make more of them? Oh, these are gonna be electromagnetic plants all the way down. I can already feel it. There's gonna be a very interesting setup we can do at some point. Ooh, right, we don't have electronic circuits sorted out yet. Maybe I will handcraft them. Just for the second. How many quality modules goes into a quality module 2? 4? Buddy, that's only 2 and this is 1. How is 1 plus 1 4? I guess 4 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 2. I don't think so. I think you're getting a little too wacky for your own good there, Factorio. And it's not just because I'm mad because I need a bunch of them. Come on, hit 2 epic quality module 2s as a prank. Wonder what our first epic thing will be. We did hit the uncommon Spidertron too. I kind of forgot about that one, but that one was pretty satisfying. Hey, at least we have 3 of them for now. I just want to start making more quality modules. I wonder how many holmium plates we're gonna need versus like how many we go through. Because we really don't feel like we produce much holmium ore. Definitely think it's going to be like a productivity all the way down thing. Maybe we could do quality on the science, which would make it more useful for the end step. And then we roll any quality science. But I don't really know how to load quality science onto a ship successfully. Maybe it only gets delivered when there's like 1,000 of it, but then is it even worth it? I don't know. It's an interesting thought. All right, we'll make one more quality too, and then it's just so we can like soup up 2 machines. What do you mean low power? I was just talking up how great this base was and how we had so much power. That was like 20 seconds ago. What do you mean low power? Oh, you know what? I forgot we were doing this. How would they make working with mixed quality a bit nicer in 2.1, especially around loading the rockets? That's basically my big fear right now. Is like, quality science on paper sounds like a really fun thing to do. However, in practice, it seems like it might be a little bit miserable. Hopefully it won't be that bad. This being said, we've obviously established that we need way more accumulators, so we're going to do that. Probably down here on our peninsula, I think, would be a good idea. Forgot I don't have Roboport coverage all the way down here. I was expecting the bots to do all the hard work for me. But instead the bots are just showing up in my chat and trying to sell me AI viewers. We live in a society. Holy cow, my inventory is full. I really gotta set up my bar so that it actually has things I want on it. I mean, it has some things I want, but not enough things I want. Anytime there's gonna be like a weird spot like this, I'm gonna just completely layer it with these accumulators. I don't see a reason to not do that. I don't want to say it's objectively correct because it's probably not. Miko, it's actually better to put the accumulators directly in the middle of your base because then they're more protected from the wildlife. And I'm like, what wildlife? Oh, you haven't heard of the lightning snake? And I'm like, what the heck's a lightning snake? Legend tells of the snake made of lightning that prowls on Fulgora. You ever notice those ruins that look like giant holes? How do you think they were made? The lightning snake. I'm really glad the music is like a little bit spooky right now for me to keep selling this one. It'd be such a fun prank to have the lightning snake only come out once you hit 1 gigawatts power. That would be good. That would be a real prank. And then the community needs to work together to like not tell anyone about it. Scrub it from wiki pages. Needs to be a rite of passage, the lightning snake. Okay, this should be better-ish on the power. I'm going to do a little bit more. I want to keep the same grid we have, though, because I think it'll look nice in practice. And then I immediately place them not on the same grid as a prank. I wonder if, like, I guess with cliff explosives, those could actually go there. I really need to get those. Did I bring cliff explosives on the Solum Inductor? Why are you at Novice? Oh, I remember. I forgot. I was getting requests to, or the cliff explosives, and I forgot that I sent you there, and then you never got them. And I'm like, wow, I wish I had cliff explosives. I wonder how the thing's going with the cliff explosives. And then, yeah. I guess we're out of accumulators now, too. But we placed all of them, so we should be hopefully good on power for a little bit. My inventory is so full of garbage. I mean, a lot of them are just, like, stupid blueprints I accidentally make. Accidentally save, I guess, is more apt. Yeah, but what about a blueprint with one uncommon electromagnetic plant? Good point. Oh, come on. You don't want to give me one fancy quality module? Just because I spooned on everything else, now I have to famine, I guess. Oh, I get it, because you wanted to give me 2 epic ones on this craft. That makes sense. That's really kind of you for looking out for me. Thank you so much. Heck, I just want epic ones. I know, no, I know. It's Greedco. It's absolutely Greedco, but... Oh my god, another one. Let's go. That's so spoon, but we'll take it. Oh, it can make beacons too, which is cool. Okay, so I wanted to start making things discharge defense. I forgot that was a thing. I want to start making things down the line, like these superconductors, electrolytes, and supercapacitors. It looks like superconductors need light oil, electrolytes need heavy oil, and supercapacitors need both. So surely we should start with, I guess we'll go left to right. I was going to do the holmium solution or the electrolyte because it looked easy, but I think we should do this because it's not easy, as easy, I should say. We'll keep crafting more because even if we have excess, we could just take them and send them to Novice. Honestly, taking a trip to Novice and just like unloading a few electromagnetic plants and maybe redesigning. But redesigning the circuits on Novice, like I know it's not bad too, but I just really like how long it is. It looks like it's so overkill until you actually have a demand and then everything breaks. But it looks so nice in the moment. But it'll be so much better if we're getting 50% quality on them. Or productivity, not quality. Okay. So, superconductors. We need copper plates, which is already an issue in itself. Plastic bars. Holmium plates and light oil. I was thinking that light oil was going to be the thing that takes some time. This is very cheeky. So, plastic bars we can only get through one core item here, which is going to be... Oh, actually, we can get it from LDS too, but I'm willing to bet that LDS probably... I mean, LDS does break into two of the things. Interesting. I was thinking we were going to have to use the advanced circuits and break them down into plastic and plastic bars and then the copper cables into copper plates. Might still have to do that, though, because if we look at our ratio here, we get about 4 times as many... A little under 4 times as many of the red circuits as we do LDS. So I'm thinking... You've already done 14,000 of them? I can't imagine that scrap mine lasting forever, although those drills will make it last longer, which will be nice. We're actually backed up on LDS now too, which is, I guess, a good time to be thinking about using LDS. Okay, so I think we're better off breaking down advanced circuits. I think that will probably be one of the first things that we start dealing with now. Let's bring advanced circuits down here. I think those are where it's at right now. I guess I'll follow how I was doing it before and just set it up at the bend and have it bend downwards. This is really a huge waste of underground belts, but I kind of like how it looks. Like one normal underground, heck, I moved it to the side too far. One normal one would be fine, but instead I'm just like, what if I spend 8 instead of 2? What if I was less efficient? Okay, so I really don't feel like these red circuits are going to be enough. There's got to be a way we could break down excess LDS too, but we'll figure that out. We're about to get rocket fuel productivity, which will be nice for basically every planet, so I'm happy to see that. All right, let's just break down a red circuit. Something about it feels so wrong to me. I've done it before. I don't know why it doesn't feels like a waste. Red circuits are a precious resource, you know. Okay, so it outputs like a crap load of stuff actually. Okay, so now we have plastic, we have copper wires, and we have green circuits on a belt. Several of these are needed for this. The only thing not needed are the green circuits, which we need for something else, but I don't remember what. Oh, there's a lot to take in right now. The green circuits turn into... supercapacitors, okay, which is the end state of these. So literally everything that these red circuits turn into can be used at one point in the step for our science. So these red circuits, I'm hoping their primary use can be for science. That would be the dream for me, if we can make that work. Right now, they're just going into a box. That's fine. We can also use them to potentially make, or we will need to use them, excuse me. Assuming we make them here to make modules. So science and modules. I'm almost tempted to just focus on all of the science here and then make modules on like Novice or something. This music's also going crazy right now and I'm super into it. Okay, so gonna move the superconductor machine down here. We do need to do more recycling on this belt specifically, though. Because, like, but see, the issue with this setup of what I'm doing right now is I'm processing these down, right? I guess we're producing cables on their own. I was going to say we're, like, making sure that these cables will never be cables, but we're literally creating cables, so this should be fine. We will turn our cables into plates. I don't know how many we're going to need. I'm willing to bet it's, like, a lot more than we're going to actually get, unfortunately. Considering that we got 0, my suspicion feels correct on that one. I definitely want to split these into their own belts as well. Well, output priority, we'll just do circuits on one side. The circuits can, frankly, heck off right now, because we don't need them at this current point. I do think they would be nice to have in general, though, so I'd like to put them in a box, at least for the moment. Okay, so we have plastic coming out of here now. We have everything but the holmium plates set. I think I'll put the plastic in a buffer box for the moment while I'm thinking, just to keep this all flowing for a little bit. Plus, I don't think it's bad just to have a few passive providers with basic resources in them if you ever want to request them for something. Okay, so copper wire got through, which is not what I thought was possible, but does make sense. So I'm going to change the setup to take that into account, which should be super easy. Simply put, we just put our output priority here into copper wire, and then get rid of this here. Boom. Solved. Something backed up again. It's the steel. Oh my gosh, something backed up again. It's going to be like, it's like the opposite of Gleba, where I'm like, oh god, all of the resources are gone. Instead, it's, oh, everything is awful. Looks like the battery's also backed up, but I feel like I was about to use batteries for something, so maybe I'll just let it sit for the moment. This is very much similar, but different to Gleba at the same time. Having to keep everything flowing is the name of the game. But rather than we don't have enough, it's we have way too much of some, which I'm sure we won't have enough of others. So batteries will turn... Oh my god, batteries will turn to iron and copper plates. Interesting. That's an interesting thing to recycle. I hadn't thought about that, but sulfuric acid is probably a pain in the butt to get, so I don't want to over reduce these, I don't think. Yeah, I don't even know if it's possible. It might be possible, but I'm not going to think about it right now. For the moment, so what were batteries used for? That's what I wanted to check, but I was getting too lost in the sauce. Right, batteries are used in the supercapacitors, which is only the end step one. Oh, we're going to be recycling a tremendous amount of batteries. Because that's the one that takes the electrolytes and the superconductors. Like, batteries are probably going to be our main source of copper and iron, which surprises me a little bit. I certainly don't remember that being the case when I had my experience on Fulgor before. I don't remember much about batteries. I guess I just don't remember much about it in general. This plan falls apart as soon as I need to, like, rip stone. Because, like, how the heck am I going to get stone down with these underground belts like this? That's fine. So, I should have also built this in a different direction, but that's no big deal. So batteries turning into iron and copper. I don't know exactly what I want to do with the copper yet. We can use the copper here, actually. It seems like we don't produce a very satisfying amount of copper here, so this would be an okay solution for this as well, it looks like. I'm going to make a request that I always have 10 recyclers on me. I guess 20 is fine, because it's a stack. So this will output iron and copper. We'll just output priority copper over here. Okay, so that certainly solves the battery problem. This processes them really, really quickly. Iron, I guess we'll just go in a box for now. I haven't decided what I want to do with it yet. The more things that we can go, I want to do something with this, even if the resulting factor is we're shipping it off this planet somewhere else, is a win for me. The steel, though, I really don't want to waste steel when possible. Feels bad. I mean, we'll figure it out eventually. I really like how chunky the belt looks with like random stacks of batteries. We still have plenty of landmass here as well, so I need to not build so close. Give me just one moment. Alright, I got a phone call that was from my insurance company that said they have an important message. Like, it was like a robot voice, and it was like, to speak with an agent, press 1. And to get a call back later, press 2. And I was like, maybe I'm dumb, but if it was that important, I wouldn't have to push 1 to talk to someone. I think you're just about to be like, we have a new blah 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 that you can sign up for and spend more money. And I would be like, pog, but I'm okay. So hopefully I didn't just dismiss them for no reason, but surely they'll reach out to me with an actual person if it's important. Plus, I'm busy right now. They should know that. It's like 1:28 p.m. on a Wednesday? Wednesday. Speaking of Wednesday, I'm going to go actually back home and visit my family this weekend. Kind of impromptu, but that should be fun. I forgot we're just destroying a bunch of iron here. Man, iron is like so shockingly abundant, it seems. I think I'm going to set up one more of these to add to the mix. Should be easy to just slap it down there. Okay, so we're not producing copper, plastic, holmium. We can put productivity in here, so we certainly will. I think it's time to put holmium on a belt. I know it's wacky. I know it's a little provocative. I know that maybe not everyone's ready for holmium on a belt yet, but I'm ready for holmium on a belt. So it's time. I know I grabbed these green belts and I'm still not doing anything with them. We still need to make light oil too. I keep forgetting about that. I think I'll just make light oil separate to the lubricant I'm making up there. I don't really see a reason since heavy oil is so abundant. I have to imagine the best idea is just to kind of let it rip. I guess I'll make the heavy oil or light oil down here. So let us make a offshore pump or two. Really glad for the advice to bring these chemical plants, because holy moly, I need a lot of chemical plants. Ooh, cracking actually takes water as well. I didn't realize that or remember that, I suppose. Not that it's that big of a deal. We do have our big water tanks, which are completely full currently, so I think we've dealt with water in a pretty satisfying way, so I'm not too worried about water, but still worth thinking about in case it becomes a problem later. Okay, that was that dealt with, and then normal pipes. We should probably do some pipe creation too. Or just ship it over from Volcanus, because they have such an abundance of pipes all the time. Although we are just destroying iron now that I'm thinking about it, so why don't we turn some of that into pipes? Like 5 feet away from us. Can I use foundries for pipes? I'm pretty sure I can, right? Only for casting them, really? Huh. Strange. Surprised there's no recipe for just making pipes in them randomly. Just have a handful of pipes available. We're not going to need a crazy amount at any given moment, but gives us some use for the iron instead of just destroying it all. Makes me feel better about it. We will eventually have to deal with that because it'll back up, but it's going to be sometime, so I'm not too worried about it at the moment. Okay, so this has water, so now we are just cracking some light oil. I don't know how much we're going to need. I'm going under the assumption that it's not going to be a profound amount of it. It might be more than I'm giving it credit for, though, so we'll have to act on that respectively. If it does get kind of wacky, hopefully it won't be too bad. I feel like I still haven't dealt with like the core issue of the factory yet, so I don't really know how that's gonna go. Which is like, we're producing way more stuff. I keep telling myself, oh, I'll find a use for it, which I'm kind of doing down the line, but stuff like steel right now has like no function. Okay, so I think it's time for us to realize that our setup needs to move a little bit. We'll pull the plastic out of the belt. Does this land where I want it to? It does. That way, but not this way then. Just for a split second, I want to get out. Okay. I do like living in the Spidertron, though. Don't get me wrong. Don't think I'm not about that lifestyle, because I am. Okay, these actually craft, like, profoundly fast. Like, I'm quite surprised at how quickly these come out. Okay, well, that's superconductors done. Wow, I'm really surprised at how fast those craft. Like, I'm actually really shocked. I thought that they would be a lot slower than this. Perhaps it's because we're using the uncommon one, and its crafting speed is buffed. Still quite impressive. Cool. So that's a superconductor maker, but it's all this stuff where we can expand out to more if we feel a necessity for it, which is nice. See, I want to, like... I feel like we're not producing nearly enough holmium. Maybe we are. I've been kind of manually feeding this machine. I was going to set up automation for it. Maybe I just should. You know what? I'm going to do it. There's another uncommon one, and it was on the duplicate one too. Oh, hot dog. All right, so we're going to use filters for these. We're going to do electromagnetic plant. And we will do equal to normal quality. Actually, I think we need to do specifically... Is this... This would be less than or equal to. This would be greater than or equal to. And then we'll change this one to less than. I think that's the easiest way to do it. Heck, I didn't actually save it. I knew I had trouble before when I tried to set it on just white, I think. I might recycle the ones that don't come out high quality at one point, but I don't know exactly how I feel about that yet in theory. My biggest concern is I don't want Honestly, I might just set up one for each now that I'm thinking about this. My biggest issue is I don't want it to be a situation in which we will result in having no holmium because it's going to these specifically. That was what I was afraid of. Okay. That's why I wasn't putting holmium in boxes, because I was scared that it would go to these machines that we might not necessarily need. However, I will now put holmium in boxes with the caveat that each machine is going to be capped at just one. Because these should only stack size to what, 10? 20, okay. So we'll be a good chunk of holmium, but it'll be nice to have the machines anyways, and if we spit out some purple ones in the meantime, it'll be quite nice. I just don't want to run out of holmium plates because, like, we go a little too wacky, that's all. Okay, so the other thing we had to make for our supercapacitors is electrolytes, which is stone and heavy oil and holmium solution. We already have holmium solution. Granted, that's going to now be stressed between holmium plates and elsewhere. I wonder if it's a good idea to start putting it into a storage tank. That was my initial plan, so I'm going to do it. Think over here. I like how it bends with this. I just can't imagine many situations where we're going to have any. Like, even just filling this chest is like... everything in the chest is gone. Everyone in McKinney is dead, you know? I guess this is a good use to rip through some of our excess steel, if nothing else. Okay, so this inserter is working fine. Look, I just want to get a purple one, that's all. Having an epic quality item would be so cool. That's how I feel about it. Yeah, we're really not rolling in holmium. I could make a whole more holmium makers. Maybe it's because I have too many of these, but I really don't think, like... maybe I'm crazy, but I just feel like our holmium ore intake is not going to be able to keep up with the sheer mass required. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Actually don't really have a great way to grab the water. It's not impossible, I just don't have a great way to do it. Oh, no, it is, like, impossible over here. I mean, it's not impossible. I just need to do it down here instead. But it's looking less symmetrical, which is uncool. Actually, this one could be kind of chill on its own. I didn't know what I was working with. I gotta start using Q. I keep forgetting. If I keep saying it, then I'll remember eventually to use Q. Whoops, wrong pipe. I'm gonna move these water ones over now since we have the luxury of doing that. I just have to imagine that there's just not going to be enough holmium. I can't see a way where this holmium solution keeps up with so much demand. Ooh, we hit one on the rare one though. Pretty cool. There's not going to be many more rolls of this just because it's going to cap out at the 10 and then it's going to roll another normal one and it's not going to be able to put in or cap out at the 20. Okay, so back to what we were focusing on before. Trying to make light oil? No, it wasn't light oil. Do we just have everything made now because of light oil? Yeah, okay, it's just heavy oil, holmium solution. So, like, the electrolyte is like nothing. Electrolyte's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Can we make that in the plant? I don't think we can. We totally can. I was wrong. Miko in shambles. Surprise, surprise. So the higher quality of this, we have a higher crafting speed and higher health. The health doesn't matter. The crafting speed is quite nice. We're looking at a crafting speed of what versus what is the question of the day. 2 versus 2.6. So it's actually a really significant upgrade to uncommon. So we want to put these on things that need to craft quickly. I'm imagining that, like, the things that are for science packs are probably the best bet for them, but I don't know if that's actually the case or not. So this needs a holmium solution, specifically. This also outputs a liquid, which is strange. So I guess this one's probably a good idea. Heavy oil is really easy to put in. Maybe I'll make this up here, actually. I wish there was like a hole where I could rip some heavy oil without having to pipe a bunch, though. It's really not that big of a deal. Oh, but we can get a little cheeky with stuff here. What the heck? Oh, because this is oil here. Is there any more of those? I was complaining about those inland, right? Just these? That's okay. I can work with this one. What do you mean I can't build on fulgor and rock? Substation in the way? Hold on. Let me cook for 1 second. I know you said stop trying to cook, you keep burning things, but like, hold on. It's not burnt, it's just well done. I almost said over easy, for the record. Heck, I was really hoping we were going to put out a purple one. This is a good amount of stations regardless. We only pushed out 1 blue and 2 green. I think we used up our luck early on, which is fine. Definitely want to use undergrounds as much as we can here, just so we can walk around. Okay, so heavy oil's done. Holmium solution is just plug and play on that one. Stone. We're backed up on LDS. I think I'll just do one of these fancy schmancy ones for now. Oh no, LDS breaks into a bunch of stuff, doesn't it? I almost said garbage. You know what? I feel like LDS accumulates at such a slow pace that I could just take some of it and store it for now. It took a long time for that to back up, and if we fill up like half of it and just stick it in here for now, it'll be fine. I want to focus on this for now. Like, surely we're going to need more of this, but I don't know, like... Wait, what the heck? Why can you put productivity modules in this? You can't have high quality liquid. How peculiar. At least I'm pretty sure you can't have high quality liquid. You can have productive liquid, I guess, but I don't know about the high quality. This is definitely productivity modules all the way down, though. So where is our stone? Our stone is up here, which the stone actually has a surprisingly large amount of uses. I think I'm gonna just cut the stone here and not do anything as fancy this time. I mean, actually, we have the stone right there, don't we? What am I thinking? This is so jank. I don't know what I'm thinking. I want to move this down, but there's liquid in it, which feels bad. I'm gonna do it, but know that it feels bad. I'm not happy with what I did, but I knew I had to do it. Because now I can filter this bad boy for stone and just take stone off this belt here. And that is electrolytes. Where are the electrolytes going? I'm guessing there's an internal buffer I can't see. Where are they going? It must be into like the pipes buffer right here or something. It does not make any sense to me that this is just disappearing. That there needs to be a place for this electrolyte to go. I'm so confused. Does it just disappear if you don't use it quick enough? That would be an interesting concept. Where is the electrolyte going? It must have an internal buffer. I've decided that. Not a shadow of a doubt. It has an internal buffer. Low power has reared its head once more. Okay, yeah, that makes about... How much does this make? It makes 6.62 per second when it's cooking. Yeah, that makes sense. That was about as long as that electrolyte was. So we do not... Like, electrolytes heckin' slow to actually make. It doesn't make a ton per holmium. I wonder how we get more holmium. There's got to be some obvious way. I mean, obviously just process more stuff. Holmium's at the bottom of the chain, so as long as the, like, process is running, we're getting more holmium, you know? Weird. But we only have, like, what, 600 of it now. I guess we can afford to process more holmium, at least for now. Man, ratios are so tough for me, but I could tell how important they are here. I'm surprised you're still running. Ah, you're done, okay. Did not roll any more qualities. Womp womp. But at least we have some machines, and whenever we start using them, we should pump out more over time, naturally. So I definitely want a few electromagnetic plants making fluid. I'm going to pump all of this out of here now. The only ratio I know is doctor ratio. Oh, I didn't see Woo. I'm getting a company cell phone. I'm sorry for ignoring you. That's awesome. Can you get me one of your company cell phones too? My cell phone's old. No, don't worry about getting me one of your company's cell phones. I'll be okay without it. Thank you for thinking of me though. But Miko, I didn't think of you. You just randomly said get me one of your company's cell... Look, this isn't about you. This is about me, okay? Alright, fine. It could be about us. I don't mind. I have to pay for it? What the heck? Tell your company to kick rocks. Tell them you don't get out of bed for anything less than a free cell phone. Yeah, I'm definitely pumping this out of here. Putting this here was a really dumb McIdiot head decision. And just quickly pumping it out is a smarty McParty decision. We definitely need more accumulators because we're running out of power at night. Can we make accumulators? I'm starving. What time is it? Oh, it's a lot past lunchtime, I see. Yeah, they pay for the plan. I pay for the phone, so I get to keep it. Honestly, that's not bad. Pretty decent deal for an iPhone 17. I've never used an iPhone in my life. Are you going to make that your primary phone, or are you going to be rocking two phones at once? So annoying. A, it's got to be an iPhone, and B, I have to pay for it. I mean, that's life, unfortunately. When life gives you apples, you gotta use an iPhone. Okay, so I can make accumulators here. So that's something else I want to do. Oh, definitely with our batteries too. Holy moly, I'm just wasting batteries. Don't think we need a fancy one for this. I do want to just nab it out of the battery line because we definitely need accumulators, so there's no reason to not. I assume there's batteries in these storage chests here, so this way we can rip through them with the requester. But we very much need these accumulators. Very, very much. I'm cruising? I'm glad you think so. I feel like I'm crashing and burning. But I'm trying, dagnabbit. I don't know if I want to quality these. I probably do, but it's going to be easier to place them if they're not quality. The phone will send my work backpack and I'll occasionally charge it. 07. Sorry to hear about your iPhone 17 sitting in your work backpack, not laptop. Nobody told me speaking was going to be so gosh darn hard when I started. Well, really would have been a cool warning so that I wasn't just bumbling for my entire life, but here we are. Thanks a lot. Second grade math teacher. I don't know why I'd go for the math teacher either. Now I'm just lashing out at everyone around me. Great. Sorry if you catch a flack. I'm on a warpath today, apparently. Math teacher taken astray, for certain. You know who will never take astray, though? My Latin teacher. Oh, I forgot my Latin teacher's name. Which is not sending astray. It's just I don't have a very good memory for names. Or faces. Or places or times. Or lions or tigers or bears, oh my. Like I said, if we have an open space to fill with accumulators and it's like an awkward shape I'm not going to build in, it's going there. Loved our Latin teacher, Miss Milton. She had an extensive Seinfeld collection. It's so interesting, right? Because, okay, that on its own is interesting. But my Latin teacher was absolutely obsessed with a band, and I can't remember its name now. It had band in its name, but he had like been to like every single concert. Is it Bruce Springsteen? Bruce Springsteen band. Is that the name of it? I think it was Bruce Springsteen in the E Street Band, I think. But he was like super obsessed, and that's something that I always thought was super notable. Maybe it's just Latin teachers and having like one really big focus that they always remember. Or always obsessed with. Latin was so dope, though. I really enjoyed that language. I gotta pick up Japanese again. I keep dropping Japanese and then picking it up again. And then I'm like, I don't remember a lot of what I learned. I better restart. And then when I restart, I'm like, heck, I'm back at like square one again. Such a pain. Learning a language as an adult is kind of buns. I mean, it was buns as a kid, too. I feel like becoming a Latin teacher takes a certain type. It does, but you know, it's a good type. Okay, what is happening here? There's something weird happening. Oh, no, never mind. I was like, where did all of my fluid go? I pumped it away and I forgot. I was like really convinced after the electrolyte was disappearing before that I was like, something's weird. My Factorio's haunted. Turns out it's not haunted, and I'm just being me today. Can I move these water pipes somewhere else? No, it's fine. You know what? I'll just do 2 more of these over here, I think. So I'm guessing by how this looks, I can have the holmium travel betwixt them. Like this. Oh, you know what? That means I could probably also have the fluids travel betwixt them as such as well. That would be nice. It does seem to work. I keep calling it holmium. I meant to say electrolyte, but holmium is also something I need to have traverse betwixt these machines. Built for love, but forced to go to war and make electrolytes? Plants do crave them. So it does make sense that I'm literally trapped in here forever. That is so rough. I'm saved. No fluid wasted. Not on my watch. This is so extra. How the heck am I going to do this fluid? Oh, I guess I don't have to worry about the bottom side. Wait. No, this is fine. This is great. Because they should go through each other, in theory. I need to move this water pipe again. But only a little bit this time. This is kind of ultra spaghetti, but it's the kind of ultra spaghetti that I'm really into. You know that image of Fred from Scooby-Doo? I guess it's a gif of like the whole mystery crew. Then it like zooms in, everyone's looking horrified, and it zooms in on Fred and it says, "That's my fetish." That's not exactly the passion I'm feeling about this, but it's the image that popped into my mind. It's close enough for me to like talk about it, you know? But still a little bit too intense. Oh, I forgot we had this problem. What if I just pick up low density structure and put it somewhere else? Dang, I didn't realize our power would be so cunked. I should check what the power draw is like on those things. We just put down the electromagnetic plants. I have to imagine it's extremely high. This is a surprising amount of power draw, I feel. Six megawatts for one of these. Okay. You know, that does actually make a great deal of sense that these are 6 megawatts each. Wow, we are so reliant on lightning striking. What a strange situation to be in. We could store 2.3 gigajoules, but we just rip through it during the day. It's so weird to watch the power. What a cool concept. I quite like it. I think I'm going to continue these down the peninsula down here. While we have the power to do so. Okay, so we're not using plates, but that's the only reason we're buffering them. We are, in fact, making some electrolyte. What do we need all this for? Supercapacitor. I mean, we have everything for supercapacitors now, which means I guess we can legally make our first science pack, but it feels a bit hollow to me. Oh, I guess we can't yet until we actually make the supercapacitor. As I mentioned before, I think the play here is going to be productivity modules all the way down. Ideally, we'll be making some prod 3s, but I think prod 3s take a local specialty to design. Is that right? Or to make? Oh, prod 3s are this place. Okay. Yeah, because that one takes spoilage. That one takes tungsten carbide. So this one probably takes, if I were to guess, supercapacitors maybe? Or superconductors. Sorry, not supercapacitors. So if these are going to be supercapacitors, if they take supercapacitors, that's real rude. We can flip it so that these are all connected through this, so it'll be easy. Prod 3 is novice? Oh, really? Very interesting. Spider eggs? I don't know, we'll see soon enough either way, but I'm curious about it. I do think that this design is not going to be enough for us. Did we run out of power? Oh no, we didn't. Oh no, yes we did. We absolutely did. I was like, oh no, we don't have power. I just forgot to turn that sideways long-hand inserter. Oh my god, it's moving really slowly. Look at it go. Holy moly. I am so surprised we need so much power. I'm genuinely surprised. Ah, goodness. Maybe I'll just start filling the southern area with accumulators. Granted, I could be a little bit more generous on our draw by using more efficiency modules, but like, I don't want to. Let us make a quick blueprint that I can just tile. Specifically, I just want one that shows roughly how big I could fit these into. I want to make sure that when I'm placing these, I don't accidentally place them without access to that. Okay, so we can do one more on top. And this should be tileable. Yes, it looks like it connects. Perfect. So that way I can just do like this anytime I want to expand this outwards. They should all be lined up already, and they should already like... I'm actually missing one in this blueprint. I think it was this big. You know, I'll just go back and I'll paste the one that I had before that was definitely right, but missing one thing. I don't want it to go too far out this way, though. I do want a little bit of breathing room. I always do Control D instead of Alt D. That's basically fine. I don't want to encroach too much on my building area. But also, it doesn't seem like I need a crazy amount, and I haven't used anything on this eastern side yet. Plus, we have this other peninsula as well. I'm really just taking some time to, like, learn, you know, the rules of engagement, as it were. So we have a use for batteries now, and we have a use for green circuits now, which is to say another use for batteries. And our first use, not our first use, but our first time we're going to be personally using green circuits. So we'll use a filter, and we will filter this for green circuits. Whoops. Could theoretically downgrade some of my inserters to save on power. I don't know if we're going to be able to move the needle enough to make that a viable thing to do. Oh, it was like the power is out again. We haven't really expanded meaningfully is the issue. Is it starting to storm somewhere? It is, okay. So we held a lot better this time. Let's actually look at the graph. So we've had spikes every night. Normally it's about a minute long without power. So we can kind of hold, but not hold nearly enough. So we certainly need to expand. It would be nice if I could reach the power over to like that island. Actually, I think I might be able to. I think that one's going to be close enough, or at least almost close enough. Oh, we certainly can. If we can colonize these little extra islands with just like a few more every here and there, I think it's a good idea to go for. That one's not going to fit, but that's okay. Why don't those fit? Oh, because that's an oil spot there. Heckin' Plateau Edge. I thought this was going to be like the promised land of free power. It's not. Okay, so we are producing accumulators, not at the fastest pace ever, but that's okay. I'm going to throw some efficiency modules in here, and honest to goodness, oh, we got a purple one? Oh no, I thought we got a purple one. I saw the filter, I got excited. I was like, how do we even make more? Dang it, I got tricked by the filter. Okay. I'm going to use the blue one to make these accumulators, because these are very urgent right now. Looks like we're still making asteroid productivity too, which is nice. The more productivity we have, the less I feel bad about just eating the excess stuff off the side. Oh, look, we stacked some holmium plates. How nice. So down here we needed batteries for other thing. I think it's time to stop recycling batteries, especially to such a fervent degree now that we have several important uses for them. We just knew not of them previously. So I'm going to put down a passive provider, and we're going to do just the same little trick we did before. We connect these two together. This is going to be like, maybe if you have 2,000 batteries in here, I'll activate them. Heck. Being a Spidertron makes the game feel so different. Nobody told me living life as a Spidertron could go so hard. I said it wrong. Perfect. Every time I walk up here, I do like a little bit of stuff, and then it's just like everything is awful. I've been really putting off the LDS destruction for a while now, but I don't think I can really have the luxury of doing that anymore, so I think we need to start destroying our LDS. In addition, probably breaking down the copper cables, maybe. I feel like we needed copper cables for something, though, didn't we? It doesn't look like copper cables for anything down the line, except for maybe making green circuits. Honestly, that might just be like the solution for the moment, is to just make green circuits with our copper cables. They don't take any plastic, right? They're just copper cables and iron plates. That'll be such a good use of our copper cables that I have to feel like that's the play. Our iron kind of just goes to die up here still. I need to like figure out something more eloquent with it, but I don't have a solution at this exact juncture. I could definitely adjust this cable to make it look a little nicer, or at least be easier for me to pull from. Me? Oh boy, I'm excited to use these green cables. Also me. Or green belts. I don't want to use them in a bad place. They're so expensive. I'll use them eventually. I want to make at least a few of these. It's so little space here, though. There's really not a lot of space. All right, I'm greeting way too hard here. I'm going to just make 2 of them. Actually, this is not that bad if I'm smart with my stuff. Heck, that doesn't work. Oh no, I'm getting really in the sauce now if this is how I'm making green circuits out of desperation just to get them out of my system. Yeah, I'm playing for circuits. That works for circuits. I forgot. You're so right. That'll be a lot faster too. Oh, see, this is why you make the big bucks. Wait, this actually makes green circuits really fast. Like, I'm quite surprised. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised, but this is very much a good idea. I'm going to do the thing because I was just doing this to stem the tide for the second. I have to remember these electromagnetic plants are very important, though, because I have already forgotten a few times. Okay, so when this is over, we'll say 9,000. Over 9,000, there's no way that can be right. I'm so old. I'd like to slam some prod modules in here for efficiency's sake, so I'm going to do it. It is going to make it take more power. But, you know, that's why we're expanding, so that we don't have power problems one day. Whoops, that's fine. How is our power doing overnight? Did we turn off tonight? It looks like... no? Maybe? No, maybe we did. It's hard for me to tell. Oh, wait, we can look at our charge. We did turn off. We did turn off for a little bit. Our charge just goes down so fast. I mean, it's going up. Thankfully, there will be a point where we can get more accumulators than we burn during the night. Our graph is getting steeper, which is good. But we will turn off again tonight, certainly. But then hopefully we'll turn back on tomorrow. Oh, we made super capacitors. I didn't realize we had everything like down here for this already. Cool. So those exist. What are those used for? Great question. Don't we need to make that for an unlock? Maybe not. Oh, did we already get it? We did. I didn't even notice it. Electromagnetic science pack is now creatable. How complex is it to make an electromagnetic science pack? Good question. Thanks for asking. Oh my god, it double dips on holmium again? Jeez, these packs take 1,000,000 holmium. You need a holmium for the solution. You need it for the capacitor like 4 times over. You need it for electrolyte like twice. I guess only once. Holy cow. Holmium is in short supply. It takes so much holmium. Okay, but I mean, that's like at least I have an understanding now. Do I have any of these on me? I don't think so. It also takes holmium to make the stupid plants to make everything. Legally, we have science, though, which is cool. Not good science, but we can make it. It also takes some more accumes, so I guess I'm glad that I set those up and I want to do them better. But we have everything like for the holmium in theory. I really like chaining the liquids like this, though. Oh, wait, that doesn't work, actually. These are inputs, not outputs. I liked it on the other ones, at least. Doesn't work as well here. So it's the 2 liquids, the supercapacitors, which we make over here. And then the accumulators. So yeah, making accumulators is very importante. So batteries is also like double dipped on a few times. Surprising. I think I'm gonna do it like this. Whoops, I didn't mean to pick that up. Whoops. So that I could dip the liquid in betwixt them without having to stress about pulling liquid from the top or the bottom. My thought is something like this. And then just kind of copy it on the other side for the other liquid. Oh no, the other liquid's a little bit different. And that'll be the holmium itself. I should probably flip this whole thing, depending on where I put it, of course. I might just put it down here. I like that, like, okay, so on Gleba, when something's going wrong, I'm like, I need to fix it immediately. And here I'm like, yeah, we're out of power for like 30 seconds every night. Who cares? The stakes are very low. It's interesting. I'd like to move this up one more, actually. I don't know if 4 science plants are going to be enough, but I like how this design looks, so I'm going with this one to start. I just want to note, too, that I cannot successfully leave this planet currently. Not that I really want to or anything, but it's just not possible, which is fun to think about. I'm glad it only needs 1 supercapacitor per science pack, but that still feels like 1 too many. So things that we will need to work on, without a shadow of a doubt. Accumulator production. That's a big one. That is one that has an abundance of size. Our power needs to be improved a little bit. A lot of it, maybe. How bad was it last night? It's still pretty bad. It's probably getting worse the more things I place down, actually, thinking about it. So, but I mean, that's accumulators. So accumulators need to be improved by a lot. I'm really confused about the holmium, though. Oh, I need to start processing low density structure. It was funny for a while where I was like, hee hee, what if I don't do anything with the low density structure? Unless, but now I actually need to start doing something. Which is not the end of the world, but I would like to do a little bit of research. Power Armor Mark II, I already have, I think. Yeah, that looks the same. It's really only super useful in, at least for what I can think of in the interim, is like rocket parts. Like, what else is it going to be used for? So I guess we have to recycle it. Steel plate, copper plate, plastic bar. I mean, those aren't exactly useless. The copper plate's at least useful to an extent. It's unfortunate. I did not think low density structure, I kind of said it before, but I did not think that that would be what was giving me a headache. Perhaps it'll be less of a headache given a little bit of time. But it certainly needs to be dealt with right now because it just keeps backing up, and as soon as, you know, everything stops flowing, it's no bueno. I think LDS generally crafts pretty quickly, so I'm expecting this recipe to be pretty quick. So now we output plastic, copper. What was the third one? Steel plate. To a much lesser degree, I believe. I'll keep adopting how splitters are the solution for all of my problems. Have this be copper plate specifically. And for now, the copper plate will feed into here. Honest to goodness, we already kind of have places to store that stuff here. But like, again, we're going to reach a point where these chests, like, I'm going to have to redo this area. I identify this. Because even if it's like okay-ish right now, these are going to fill up eventually. Unless I could somehow keep my demand exactly where my Oh, that doesn't fill that chest. I can move these back a little bit, though. Yeah, that's fine. Heck, I need that to be one more forward, actually. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Okay, there we go. So plastic comes out here, and then we need steel at the bottom. I guess technically speaking, all I really need is a way... Oh, that's awkward. That's fine. It's awkward, but it's fine. I really just need a way to consume these at the end of the line once they get scrungle-bunked. So I guess it's not that bad. I don't know. There's a lot to learn still. That's what I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling woefully unqualified for the quest that has been set before me, but I will do my best because if nothing else, I kind of try to do that. Using the Q button. Haters will say it's fake. Believers will know that it's fake because I don't do that. Certainly want a stack inserter here. I'm going to simply put this as output priority right so that they will go into this storage box first and then any extra ones will come down here. It doesn't look like we produced them that fast. This is just like a quick and dirty fix. Is everything else broken? Nope, everything is processing. Thank goodness we did set up the iron gear rail thing too. Did I just set that up with a priority? I didn't. I just set it up with being normal. But I mean, it works anyways. We're actually getting really close to being capped on iron here as well, which is something I'll have to deal with, so I will do a quick and dirty for that as well. This is getting real scrunky though. It's getting to levels of scrunk I'm not happy with. Means we're probably gonna have to fix stuff soon or else I'm gonna go crazy. Losing my heckin' mind here. Alright, cool. For some reason, I have a very distinct memory of two recyclers feeding into each other getting full. And I don't know why, because I haven't experienced that yet on here, but I thought that was a real problem. But I guess it's just like a made-up problem, maybe. Asteroid productivity researched. I'm down for some plastic bar productivity. Heck it. They can't make us not have plastic bar. Oh, processing unit productivity is crazy. Productivity, sorry, I'm so far lost in the sauce. I should probably eat something soon. I wanted to make a science pack first. I wanted that like slight dopamine rush, and then I'm gonna go get something to eat, I think. Feels like a reasonable thing to do at this stage. There's a lot of work to be done still, but we've kind of gotten through like... I wanted to take a good sesh where I could just like sink my teeth in a little bit, you know? God, the holmium solution... Alright, we are making a few excess accumes, so I believe I'm going to accume them down here. You know what? Heck it. It's time. How far does this reach? Less far than I expected. This is a waste for sure, but I want an excuse to use green belts. Dag nabbit. They are kind of wicked fast. I should upgrade planner all the upper stuff. Yay, we have science packs on the ground. Woo, we did it. Oh, you know, we are making the science pack with productivity. I didn't think about that. That's cool that it's like passively productive. Oh, I should really put productivity modules proper in these though. I wish I had a lot more of them right now. Where can I score some? Heck. I'll just handcraft some in shame. There are green circuits on a belt? You know there are. Wait, make them in a DM machine. I learned this. Red circuits, boom. Go, 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 go. Alright, so things I want to work on going forward. Science certainly isn't good enough. We can't actually leave the planet yet. And there's still a lot of things that need to be fixed. But I'm glad I got a little bit dirty and just kind of like sent it to like see how things would go. I think that I needed to like boots on the ground this area, much like, you know, with Gleba and Volcanus and stuff, just like learn. There's certainly a lot of work to be done, but you know, I feel like I learned a lot today. Those are in danger of getting ouchied, and I'd really rather them not get ouchied. So I'm going to go ahead and hopefully rescue them. Where's my Spoodertron? Did the inductor come back with cliff explosives? It did. It just never dropped them down. I was like, I'm surprised that they didn't just like cliff explosive half of these automatically. Yeah, so power needs to be fixed. Like, as funny as it is to go Teehee XD, we have no power. We really need to like have power. I'm really surprised that this many accumulators is not really cutting it. Oh, did we survive a night before? Maybe everything wasn't on. But it looks like by our accumulator charge, we barely used anything. So I'm guessing it's because everything wasn't on for some reason. Heck, another thing backed up. Every time I walk up here, another thing's backed up. I'm confused. What a peculiar thing to happen. That's very funny that that's how that went. That, I mean, it's definitely a testament to where you'd want to just use a splitter and then sort it that way. They snuck past. The inserter was caught slipping. Haters will say it's fake. Honestly, I'm gonna say it's fake at this point. I don't believe it. How is there some steel in here? That's probably from some other time. Maybe relics of a different bygone era. I sorted for steel because I was so confident that steel was like one of the parts here. Okay, stone brick. Perfect. Okay, that's hopefully fixed. It looks fixed enough right now. Cool, 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 cool. We're also backing up on blue circuits, but I think I'm going to move a lot of these boxes and stuff. I do like this central area, but I think there's some value to building on this right side. It does appear that without everything running at all times, our accumulators do keep up, which is kind of cool. I really like how these science packs look. That's a nice color. All right, you know what? I'm going to call it there. I'm going to go get something to eat because I'm heckin' starving and it's a lot later than I meant it to be when I was going to go eat. I think this is good though. We'll work on getting... We at least got our feet down on Fulgora, so we got a little bit done. We'll work on fixing our power and we'll work on going to get... Obviously, we need to get a rocket launch as well. This island worked really nicely. I was expecting us to need to expand to this lower one, but maybe I'll just use this lower one for like rockets or something. I don't know. But it worked out really nicely, this island. I'm glad that we explored out a little bit. This was a great deal of fun. We were at 72 hours before. We were going to save our stream, and now we are at 77. So 5 hours. It took us 5 hours to get to this point. I mean, that's not so bad. It took me 2.5 hours to get belts in my other playthrough, so that's fine. By the way, thanks so much for watching. Hopefully you had a nice time, and hopefully I'll see you next time. Bye for now.